Good afternoon. We are now going on the record at 2:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 2nd, 2021. Please note that the microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering, private conversations, and cellular interference. Please turn off all cell phones or place them away from the microphones, as they can interfere with the deposition audio. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit 1 of the recorded interview of Alyssa McGrath, taken by counsel for the Office of the New York Attorney General in the matter of independent investigation under New York State Executive Law, Section 63, paren 8, close paren. My name is Nathaniel Armstrong from the firm Veritext, and I am the videographer. The court reporter is Jamie Moskowitz from the firm Veritext. I am not authorized to administer an oath. I am not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. Counsel and all present in the room, and everyone attending remotely, will now state their appearance and affiliation for the record. If there are any objections to proceeding, please state them at the time of your appearance, beginning with the noticing attorney.
Good afternoon, Ms. McGrath. My name is Jennifer Kennedy Park. I'm a partner at the law firm Cleary Gottlieb Steen in Hamilton, but for purposes of today, I'm a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General of the New York Attorney General's office. And I'll let my colleagues June and Suji introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Ms. McGrath. My name is June Kim, and like Ms. Park, I'm a partner at Cleary Gottlieb, but also appointed to the Attorney General's office as part of this investigation. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Suji Lee. I am an associate at Cleary Gottlieb, but for the purposes of today, I've been appointed as Special Assistant to the First Deputy Attorney General.
Good afternoon. I'm Marian Wong. I'm Alyssa McGrath's attorney, and with me also on the line is Daniel Molkoff, also of Cutie Hecker Wong, representing Alyssa McGrath.
And can I ask the court reporter to please swear in Ms. McGrath?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Ms. McGrath, can you state your name, birth date, and current home address?
Sure. Alyssa McGrath. And my current address is
Thank you for being with us here today. Is it okay if today I call you Alyssa or Ms. McGrath?
oh yeah, either or. Completely fine.
Great. Thanks. So as you know, the New York Attorney General has appointed lawyers from my law firm, Cleary Gottlieb Steen in Hamilton, and the law firm of Vladeck, Raskin, and Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law 63-8 into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. You're here today pursuant to a subpoena that we issued in connection with that investigation. As you were just told, we're being video recorded and you're under oath. So that means you need to testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge and a jury. Your testimony is subject to the penalty of perjury. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you'd like to make any brief sworn statement, we'll ask that you do so at the conclusion of our examination, and I'll give you a break at the end to confer with your counsel about whether or not you want to do that, okay?
Okay.
Although this is a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office does have criminal enforcement powers. So you have the right to refuse to answer a question if doing so would incriminate you. However, your failure to answer can be used against you in a court of law in a civil proceeding. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you're appearing today here with your attorneys, but this is not a deposition. This is testimony in a civil investigatory matter. And so you can consult with your attorney about privileged matters, but we would ask otherwise that your attorneys not interfere with the testimony. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
We have a court reporter present with us. Ms. Moskowitz is here. and she needs to take down my questions and take down your answers in a transcript. And so she can make a clean record when you're answering me. Please don't shake your head or nod or say, mm-hmm. You have to say yes or no and give a verbal answer. Okay?
Okay, I understand.
And if you don't know the answer to one of my questions, please just tell me you don't know. Or if you don't understand my question, just tell me you don't understand. Okay?
Okay.
And since we're over Zoom, it can be a little bit hard for me to know when you've finished talking or you to know when I've finished talking, but we'll do our best to try to not talk over each other, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Can you confirm that you're alone in the room that you're in?
Yes.
Okay. And same question for your lawyers. Are you both alone in the rooms you're in?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. McGrath and counsel, can you all please confirm that you're not using any technology to record any of this?
Yes.
Yes.
I can confirm that.
Okay. And you're not allowing anyone else to listen in through any devices in real time?
No.
Confirmed.
No.
So as I've told your lawyers, Executive Law 63.8, which is the provision under which we're conducting this investigation, prohibits you and your counsel from revealing anything about what we ask or about what you testify to anyone. So if anyone asks you to disclose any such information, you should let us know, including what they've asked you and what information they've asked you to disclose. Do you understand?
Yes.
And you are, we understand, a current employee of New York State, and you are protected from retaliation for participating in today's testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you to understand my questions?
No.
Have you had any alcohol today?
No.
Is there any reason you are not able to testify fully and truthfully today?
No.
Have you ever given testimony before?
No.
Other than talking to your lawyers, what did you do to prepare for your testimony today?
I just went back and looked over some of the documents that Marianne had submitted on my behalf. So I just went through those quickly and I just reread the New York Times article.
And when you say the New York Times article, are you referring to a New York Times article in which you were interviewed and your story was told?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay. If you can look at the documents that we provided to you electronically and open what is at tab 12, and we'll mark this as Exhibit 1.
Okay, it's open.
Okay, and if we've done this correctly, this should be the document subpoena that you received from us. Is that the document you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read this subpoena?
I did.
Okay. And to collect documents to be responsive to the subpoena, did you work with your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, everything that you gave your lawyers that is responsive to this subpoena that was in your possession, custody, or control has been given to us. Sorry.
Correct.
I know I'm not supposed to interrupt, so I apologize. But I do want to just say we obviously have interposed some objections and sent you a letter about that. And so I just want to make clear that, you know, we stand by those objections as well. Obviously, we want to cooperate and are happy to talk through anything specifically if you think something's missing. But I just wanted to clarify that on the record.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Marianne. Why don't you open what is in your electronic binder as tab 11?
Okay.
Is this going to be the next document?
This will be Exhibit 2. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Is this the testimony subpoena you received from our office?
Yes.
Did you read the subpoena before today?
Yes.
Do you understand that your testimony today is being taken pursuant to that subpoena?
Yes.
Great. You can put that aside just for the minute.
Okay.
So can you tell us a bit about your background? How far did you get in school?
I have my bachelor's degree from Siena College.
And what year did you graduate from Siena College?
2011.
Okay. And why don't you walk us through your employment history after your graduation from Siena College in 2011?
I had been an intern at CICU, which is Commission on Independent Colleges and Universities.
Which is what?
college.
Which is what?
Commission on Independent Colleges and Universities.
One more time.
Commission on Independent Colleges and Universities.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I was interning there my last couple of years of college, and then I ended up continuing my internship with them. And then I got a job at a law firm because they didn't have any current openings at my internship. And then I got another position at a lobbying firm. It's called Association on Aging in New York. So I worked there for a little bit. And then there was a position open finally at Commission on Independent Colleges and Universities. So I went there and took on an actual position. And a bit like a grant got cut while I was working there. And a few of us got let go because we were working under that grant. And at the time, so it was a little hard for me to find employment at that time. So me and my husband decided at the time that, you know, if I didn't find anything soon, that I would like. And so I did that, and then started working at my aunt's law firm for a little bit just to get back into the routine of working. And then I submitted my application to the executive chamber. I was asked by Brittany if I would be interested. And so I submitted my application and went from there.
Okay. When you say you were asked by Brittany to submit your application, who are you talking about?
So asked Brittany if she knew anyone who also works in the chamber, if she knew anyone who was interested in becoming an executive assistant for one of the deputy secretaries at the time. And Brittany knew that I was, you know, looking for a more permanent position, you know, more related to what I went to school for. And I obviously didn't want to continue at a law firm. So she reached out to me and asked me if I was interested, and I said I was, and I got more information about it, and I passed along my resume to Brittany, who then passed it along to, and then she gave it to which was at the time. And then I got a call shortly after, or actually sent me an email, shortly after to set up an interview. So I gave them my resume. I would say at the end, it's around the end of December 2017. And then I interviewed in the beginning of January 2018, like beginning January 2018. Then I had 2 interviews with them.
Let's let's pause there for a second. Okay. So when you say Brittany, you're talking about Brittany Camiso?
Yes, sorry. Yep.
That's okay. And how do you know Brittany Camiso?
We went to high school together, so I've known her since going into the 9th grade. She's one of my best friend.
And when Ms. Camiso reached out to you about a potential role in the executive chamber, what was her job in the executive chamber at that time?
She was also an executive assistant to the Deputy Secretary of Transportation at the time. And she also assisted the rest of the transportation group, the portfolio, essentially.
Okay. And you said that she was going to pass your resume on to, what was the role at that time?
I believe she was the executive assistant to Alfonso David at the time in counsel's office.
And when you spoke to Ms. Camiso about the potential for working in the executive chamber, what did she tell you about what the role would be or what it would be like to work in the executive chamber?
So she had only been there, I believe, for about 6 months or less at that time. And she liked it. She liked her principals that she worked for. She had nothing but positive things to say about it. And, she just told me what she did in her role. I would be working obviously for someone else, so they would have their own, needs and wants. But she gave me a general overview of what to expect, but she had nothing but positive things to say.
And when she gave you the overview of generally what to expect,
Mm-hmm.
do you remember anything more specific about what she said about what to expect?
Just day to day, answering phones, scheduling meetings, kind of knowing the hierarchy, helping with little projects here and there, depending on what your principal gives you, just basically organizing their lives essentially and keeping their lives on track. And it involved answering emails and calls maybe late at night or on the weekends sometimes, but she said it, other than that, it was a good place to work. And it, things, because I complained I was bored at the law firm, so she said that this was obviously less boring and more interesting line of work.
And you said you interviewed sometime in January of 2018 with, did you interview with anyone else other than?
So I interviewed with, and
tell us about how that interview went.
it was pretty casual. They asked me a series of questions, your standard interview questions, asked me a little bit of my background, my skills as far as managing, multitasking a bunch of different things at once. And it was a good interview. And I had seemed to hit it off because I would obviously work for him. So him and I had seemed to have a good kind of relationship right from the start. So and then I interviewed with at the time at the end of January, but he was in New York City. So that's why I wasn't able to interview with both of them at the same time.
And how did the interview with go?
It went really well. So my interview with him was just him and I. So again, our personalities seemed to work together. We hit it off. It was great. So then the next day I received an appointment questionnaire from the appointments office, asking me to complete it. So I never really got an official, you're hired. I just literally got the appointments questionnaire to fill out. because they said it would be pending until my background was complete. And then obviously it was during like budget and state of the state, so things took a little longer. I actually didn't fully come on board until the last day of May.
So you began working at the executive chamber the last day of May 2018. What was your title?
It was executive assistant. So, well, backing up, and positions changed by the time I got on board. And Lindsay Boylan became the Deputy Secretary of Economic Development. So now they have like two different portfolios now. So they both, because they both liked me, and I was initially hired to assist both of them, I actually stayed assisting both of them. So I was assisting essentially two different portfolios, but not for everyone in economic development, because I didn't assist Lindsay at the time.
And so when you started as the executive assistant for, what was your salary? And did your role in the executive chamber change at any time after May 2018?
Yes, yeah. I've been
Tell
an
us about those
executive
changes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Tell us about those changes in role.
Okay. So are you talking about like just title changes, or just being pulled from different places, or?
So I want to know who you were reporting to over time, and then if your title changed at any point as well.
Okay, so I reported to several different people over the course of almost 3 years now. So I referred to and initially, and then I reported to left in January. Let's say January of 2019, and then came in. So I was assisting her because then Lindsay Boylan left, and so it was new. And he came from ESD, so he had a really strong background in economic development, knew the ropes. So he was helping who was new to the executive chamber. So I was essentially now assisting in like pretty much all of the so I had a little bit of switch there, and then left at the end of June 2019, and he actually wanted me to go with him to DOS, Department of State. So I actually interviewed with the Secretary of State, and I was in communication with her for a month or so, and tried to get me to go over with him, but I was actually denied of that because I was helping assisting with the governor so much. So a lot of the time that I was with him, I actually wasn't with them. I was with the governor.
We'll come back to you potentially going over to the Department of State and your work for the governor in a few minutes. But after left, then who did you report to?
So then I report to the Director of State Operations. And then after that, I reported to, and then after that, only there for like a year. He only agreed. He had a conversation with the governor that he would only come back to help out for a year or so. He was leaving anyways. It was a short-lived thing. And then after that is basically when the pandemic hit. So I was fully in like the front office helping like Governor Melissa. And I ended up helping, eventually helping Larry Schwartz, and as well as, and then finally in my current position, I assist.
Okay. And during that time period, between May of 2018 and today, has your title changed?
Just not like, no, it hasn't changed. It's been just executive assistant too. I just put executive assistant because I'm like all over the place. So it's not even worth saying like for, usually you would say like executive assistant for transportation, or, you know, you would say what portfolio you were like assigned, but I've been in so many different places that I just put executive assistant.
And has your salary changed over that time period?
So my salary increased when I went over to office in June 2019. So I had a salary increase. I went from to.
How did that salary increase come about?
Just the fact that I was now assistant. She's a little higher in command. People normally in the office make more than someone who assists a, deputy secretary. And I obviously wanted to go elsewhere. So I think that played a role in me getting increased salary to kind of keep me happy.
And when you started out in May of 2018, where physically was your desk?
In 2018. So I actually was with Brittany Camiso in her office with her principal for maybe a month to 2 months initially, because my principal was trying to find where he was going to end up his office space. So I was with her initially and she trained me. And then I went down to room 245. And that's not on the Hall of Governors, it's on the other side. So I was over there. I sat over there.
So when you say you were in Ms. Camiso's office, was that?
Yeah, yes, sorry, yep.
Okay. And Ms. Camiso's office, was Ms. Camiso's office on the secure side or on the not secure side?
Unsecured. So I just like really moved like down the hall.
And then did where you sat change over time?
Yes. Yep.
And at any point, did you begin sitting on the secure side?
Sitting like permanently?
Did you have a desk? Yeah, on the secure side.
Yes. Like I had a permanent desk on the secured side when I assisted. Right. Our office was right next door to, like conjoined with Melissa's, but there was a door that was like obviously pretty much always closed, but she would come out of there and sometimes the governor as well. So we were right next door.
And when you say Melissa, do you mean Melissa DeRosa?
Melissa DeRosa, yes.
Okay. And after you completed working from, did your position of your desk change?
Yes. So I went back to the unsecured side.
And when COVID happened, did your desk position change?
Yes. I went back to the secured side.
Just
And
for clarity.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Sorry, Mary?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just for clarity of the record, I just want to be sure that you're both talking about the same thing, because there's a permanent desk, but then there's also sort of, I think, floating desks. So maybe you're going, I just want to clarify.
We'll get to that. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll get to the floating. Mm-hmm. And so after COVID started, you were at a desk on the secure side. Has that changed?
Yes. recently I went back to the unsecured side.
Okay. And when you say recently, when was that?
Believe it was early December 2020.
And do you know what prompted your change of desk in December of 2020?
Brittany and I got swapped out. She started working up front again, and I got swapped out to help.
So Ms. Camissosa took over your desk
Mhm.
on the secure side.
Mm-hmm. Well, excuse me. I stayed in there actually because I was assisting Larry Schwartz. So Larry Schwartz ended up sitting in the office where the governor's assistants sat, because we weren't sitting in the front office where the governor's suite. We weren't sitting in there during like pretty much the entire pandemic because of social distancing purposes. We were sitting in, it's an office like right next door to the trooper. It was John Majori's office, who those people didn't return to the office. They were working from home. So we kind of took over that office. So in that office, it was me and Charlotte for a while. Then Larry came and I stayed, and then Brittany joined. So it was all of us in there. And then when Larry left is when I went back to the unsecured side, because Larry insisted that I stay in there with him.
And when you are talking about the room you were in that was near the troopers, but on the secure side, is that room 229?
Yes.
And when you say, you mean?
Yes. And Charlotte Bennett.
And you talked a little bit to us about what your role was as an executive assistant, but you mentioned that sometimes you would get pulled. What do you mean by getting pulled?
Being pulled by the governor, like top aide, like Stephanie Benton usually would be the one who either communicated that I needed to come up there, or she would tell me herself I needed to come up there, call or email, or she would have someone do it for her. And it was basically every time the governor was in Albany, I had to go up there.
When did you getting pulled by Ms. Benton to assist the governor start?
It started, I started talking to who did, I'm not quite sure of her title. It's like something like that. But she sat in the governor's suite along with, joined later on, obviously, but she sat in the governor's suite, but she primarily did events. So she didn't really have like she wasn't doing like dictation for the governor. She wasn't like as one-on-one as the others would be. She like more communicated with like Annabelle and did like behind the scenes events. And my back.
I have a software issue. I need to stop.
Okay.
Time is 3:23 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are off the record. Time is currently 3:27 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are back on the record. You may proceed.
Ms. McGrath, sorry for the interruption there. You were just telling us about what role was in supporting the governor's office. When you were pulled to support the governor's office, what were you doing?
I was initially in there because I was interested in job, and she wanted to go to DOL, and she knew the only way that she could leave is if she basically had someone lined up to take her spot. So she was kind of like grooming me to try to take her place. And so I was involved a little bit with events. I was getting, talking to Annabelle and So I spent a little bit of time in there for that reason. And then somewhere along the way, I was no longer doing those things, events. I was helping the governor. And then I became, being called in every time the governor was in Albany. It was just like a known fact. Like if the governor is in Albany, I had to be in the front office, even though he has his own assistants in there.
Let's back up a little bit. You talked about someone named Annabelle. Is that Annabelle Walsh?
Yes.
And you said that you understood that could not leave her job in the executive chamber unless she had someone lined up to replace her. How did you come to that understanding?
She told me, and, I was starting to get an understanding that leaving the executive chamber, especially if you worked, directly with the governor or someone who's, has higher like level staff, it's a little more difficult to leave. So she was kind of explaining that to me, that she's been wanting to leave for quite some time and hasn't been successful in doing so.
And did she tell you what was making her not successful in leaving the executive chamber?
She had been there for a long time, so she knew it like the back of her hand. She was very knowledgeable. She helped train a lot of people, so she was very valuable to them.
Did she tell you that anyone in the executive chamber had told her she couldn't leave, or that anyone had interfered in her seeking another position?
Yes, but like I'm not quite sure exactly who. I'm assuming it was Jill DeRosier, since she really took the lead on that sort of stuff. So,
and other than, did anyone else talk to you about difficulty leaving their role in the executive chamber?
I don't remember like who, but it's just like a known fact. And actually told me when I started getting pulled up front that it was going to be a blessing and a curse for me. And he would say, like, don't do well up there because you won't be able to ever leave.
Did say anything else to you when you started getting pulled up to work in the front office about what it was like to work in the front office?
Just basically that, in different variations. He knew that it's not like he could have said like, no, she can't go up front. Like I was just told where I needed to be. I wasn't really asked. So I would just go up there and I would try to help, and my other principals as best as I could while I was up there and helping them.
So you said that you were training or being groomed maybe to replace, but that at some point it became normal that if the governor was in Albany, you were expected to work for the governor in the front office. What's your understanding about how that came to be?
I'm not quite sure how that happened. It just naturally happened. I had more interaction with him, just, him coming into the part of the governor's suite where all of us sat. He would like come out there and converse. And I was working more Saturdays, volunteering to work because someone has to cover the governor's phones every Saturday. So once you've been there for quite some time and, they trust you and you know what you're doing, they send out like an email saying who wants to volunteer on Saturdays. And they like send out a spreadsheet of all the upcoming Saturdays for maybe like the next 3 months. And they give you an opportunity if you want to, make overtime, you can work on Saturdays. So I tried to work on Saturdays at least every other week. I really worked a lot. So I think just spending more time in the front office and him, the governor, having more interactions with me just by walking in the room or talking to me, it just slowly transitioned as me helping him and me no longer helping like at all. I completely got removed from that idea of me ever replaced.
Did you ever get the sense that the governor himself had asked that you be assigned to work with him?
I mean, I assume it had to come from him. Stephanie Benton, basically is like the middleman between, everyone else and him. She kind of just relays the messages and does, whatever he wants to be done. And she's the one who makes like everything happen. So if he says something, it's probably going to come from her, even though it's from him.
Do you have any understanding whether she has the ability to decide on her own who's going to staff the governor without consulting him?
Highly doubt that.
And why do you highly doubt that?
He's very in control of everything. He's opinionated. Like if he wants someone in his office, they'll be in his office. If he doesn't want you in his office, you won't be in his office. He pretty much controls that aspect of it. I'm sure, to a certain extent, he definitely trusts Stephanie enough to make, some decisions. But as far as staffing him, like directly, it would definitely come from him and not her.
Do you have any understanding of whether there were protocols for staffing the governor, like or rules or guidelines for staffing the governor?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever notice at any point that the governor's staffing, for example, on the weekends had changed from being one person to being two people?
It depends on what we were doing with the governor. If it required one or two people, I mean, sometimes it didn't require two people and he would have two people. For example, like Brittany and I would be often called together very frequently, even though it was like a one-person job. But then but other times, like be called not frequently at all. They would sometimes be called together as well.
Did you notice whether in the late summer, fall, and early winter of 2020, whether there were any occasions on which a single person was assigned to staff the governor on a weekend? Or was it always in pairs?
It was definitely not always in pairs.
Okay.
Like I said, it varied.
It what? I'm sorry.
Other than it varying by the number of people who staffed him, did you notice any patterns in who was being asked to staff him?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And what are those patterns?
I started being pulled specifically for him in December of 2018. So I started noticing that obviously every time he was in Albany, I would have to go there, even though his assistants were there present. Then I believe it was early 2019, maybe March, somewhere between January and March, I started being called for the mansion. And as well as, I believe, was also someone who was called to help the governor. Her and I would be called, especially to be in the front and help out on like the weekends in the Capitol. Not quite sure how many times she's been to the mansion, but I know she was in like the rotation of us before Brittany started being involved in the rotation. So it was easy to tell like who he liked at the moment, like who was in his good graces. And like it was me for a while, then Brittany came on board, then it was both of us, then it was just me, and then it was just her. And then, so it would kind of create like some sort of like competition between the two of us, which is very, like, it doesn't happen very often considering like we're best friends. We rarely fight. And it created a little bit of hostility between us. So it would be on and off both of us for quite some time, for probably like the last, since she started with him was November. She started going in with him November 2019. I want to say December 2019.
Do you have any understanding as to why it was being asked to staff the governor on the weekends or at the mansion?
No, nope. I have no idea why. And oftentimes, like, Stephanie would send out an email, and we CC'd, or all of us would be on the email and would volunteer, and Brittany and I didn't even respond. And she would say, Brittany and Alyssa, even though they said, oh, I want to, like, I'll come in. She was like, oh no, girls, we're good. Brittany and Alyssa are going to come. And she would like pick us out, even though we weren't like the first to respond, that we were available. And then a lot of times,
based on what,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
And then other times we would get called in when we're already there on the weekend to come and help him.
On the occasions on which you were already there and you were called in, was there enough work for everyone to go around?
No.
So looking back on it in hindsight, do you have a view as to why you were being called in, or why Miss Camiso was being called in?
I mean, you had an understanding that he had favorites. But were kind of redirected to help Melissa DeRosa, so that they had, a reason kind of for being there, even though they're more his assistants than Melissa's. Melissa had an assistant, or has an assistant, in New York City.
And when Miss Benton called you in on the weekends, either at the Capitol or at the mansion, did you understand that that was coming from the governor, or was it your understanding Miss Benton was making that decision of who was coming in?
I believe it was from the governor.
So you've described a little bit for us already what it's like to work for the governor, but I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that. How would you describe the governor?
How would I describe him? He's definitely, he definitely has like a big presence in the office. He's very opinionated. If it's very well like understood that if he wants something done, like it has to be done, even if it's, someone says it's impossible, that can't happen. He doesn't like care. He wants it done, and he doesn't care how it happens. He just wants it done no matter what. So it creates a lot of pressure on people. There's like typically high turnover in the governor's office. They always say like it's like dog years. So like if you were there like a couple of years, it's like you were there for forever, because it really takes a toll on people. The amount of pressure that he creates, and it might not come directly from him, but it trickles down. So like the deputy secretaries, even though they don't hear it directly from him, they definitely know it's from him, but it's just trickled down, like maybe through who oversees the deputy secretary. So, and then she has a lot of pressure. So it's definitely like a very like chaotic kind of environment that he creates, a very competitive environment he creates. He definitely, he has, like I said, a strong presence. So he talks to like everyone, and he's very like friendly if he likes you, but if he doesn't like you, you know, as well. So it's a very chaotic environment that he creates there.
When you say chaotic, what have you observed about how he treats his senior staff?
It depends. If they get what he wants done, then he treats them well, but it can like switch at the drop of a hat. If they do something that he doesn't like, you're going to get screamed at, and you're going to be treated differently. You're going to be either ignored or screamed at, or not asked to come in the front office, or asked to come in front office and screamed at in person. You know where you stand with him at all times. He doesn't hide it.
Have you witnessed him screaming at people?
Yes, absolutely. On
Who
the
have you
phone
seen
and in person.
Who have you seen him scream at or heard him scream at?
He used to scream at Jill DeRosier a lot. She used to definitely get the brunt of a lot of it. He's yelled at. He's yelled at. I mean, there's so many different people who have gone back there that he's screamed at. And I was told, I believe either or both of them, they said to like just tune it out, that, you know, don't be like afraid of it. You know, he's very loud and, you know, aggressive, and just try to like, don't pay attention to it because it happens fairly often. So they just said, like, you just got to tune it out and don't listen.
You said a few minutes ago that from your perspective, the governor has favorites or plays favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Do his favorites have anything physically in common?
So it was like widely known that he prefers blondes. So there's a lot of women who are hired that are blonde and who get like immediate FaceTime with him, which, you know, some people that were there who have been there for a very long time never ever get FaceTime with him. But, you know, a new blonde is hired and all of a sudden, like second day, she gets FaceTime with him, which is typically like unheard of. So that happens even like, I'm saying, as of like recently, maybe the last few months, you know, people have been hired who have been like all blonde, and we're like, oh, here we go. You know, it's another one of his favorites of, you know, the week, the month. It's just a widely known thing that he does. Can
you give us an example of someone recently a woman who was hired by blonde hair who you observed this happening with?
Like, there was who wasn't like just recently hired, but she was someone that he really favored a lot. Who else was just hired, but she left. She's a blonde. Another assistant that he hired, I'm drawing a blank. She was blonde. She's a recent hire. A few of them in press, a few of them in scheduling. So yeah, and we kind of just like laugh it off. And then like was a fairly recent, she's a blonde, and she definitely was favored by him for a little bit. But he just kind of like,
and when you
cycles people.
And when you say favored, what does it look like from your perspective to see the governor favor a blonde woman? What does he do with them that's different than what he does with other people?
Specifically ask for them. I think her second day, because I was helping out in the front office until they had someone permanent in there, which the second day he had her fly with him on the helicopter completely out of nowhere. And she was actually hired to be Melissa's assistant. And he just was like, she used to pack her bags. We're going to New York City. And she like literally had tears in her eyes because she was like so frightened, because she's like, I literally just started, I don't know what I'm doing. And now I'm like being taken in his helicopter to New York City for God knows how long. Like they don't give you like an ending time. They just said that, you know, pack what you can and come back here in like 20 minutes. So
any other times you've observed him treating a woman who was blonde differently? Any examples with?
Yeah, like they would be frequently called in his office for meetings. They would be involved in meetings with, you know, the staff that was, you know, the trying to blank, like the higher level staff members. Normally, like a deputy secretary wouldn't be called in there. Like that's not typical for her to be called in and brought into meetings, but she was on a regular basis. So was maybe
I'm sorry, I can't take both of you at the same time.
Was predecessor similarly brought into the governor's office for senior staff meetings?
So that was Lindsay Boylan. So yes. From what what about, was her predecessor brought into meetings? I'm not sure about that.
What about you? How did the governor treat you?
He treated me, I definitely got the sense where, you know, I knew he liked me helping out, and, you know, I immediately believed it was because I was doing a good job, maybe with dictation or, you know, assisting him in different ways and in the office. So I just believed, or wanted to believe, that it was based on my work ethic, since I was brought up there so quickly after getting hired.
And did the governor ever yell at you or scream at you?
No.
Did the governor have any nicknames for you?
He called Brittany and I Mingle Mamas at one point.
Mingle Mamas?
Yes.
And tell us about how it came to be that the governor called you and Miss Camiso Mingle Mamas.
Brittany and I got called in to help out with the state of the state books. He was signing a bunch of them for people and sending them out. So we helped. It wasn't abnormal for her and I to help him with projects. So it was just the three of us in the Capitol. No one else was there except for the trooper outside. And we were sitting at the conference table, and we just started like chit-chatting beforehand. And either he or Brittany brought up the fact that we were going to Florida the end of April, I believe. And this was the day before the first COVID case happened. So I believe it was the end of February 2020. So that conversation, like that topic came up, and he obviously knew that my husband and I were recently separated, and he asked if like I was going to mingle like when I was in Florida with like men or whatnot. And I was like, you know, I said yes. And he like looked at Brittany, he's like, well, what are you going to be doing? Well, she's like talking to men and hanging out with men. And she said that she's going to be like the best swing woman ever, that sort of thing. And he looked at me and said, and I, you know, this is not his exact words, but he's basically said, would you tell on Brittany if she cheated on her husband while she was out there? And I like jokingly said, like, what happens to Florida stays in Florida. And then he laughed and like said that he was going to call us mingle mamas for the rest of the day, and he did.
How did the governor know that you were separated from your significant other?
He asked Brittany about it because he noticed that I didn't have a ring on anymore. So he inquired to Brittany when she was with him at the mansion about why I wasn't wearing a ring, and he wanted to know why, like specific details as far as what exactly happened. And she actually told me after, I hope you don't mind. I did tell him like exactly what happened.
So Ms. Camiso relayed a conversation she had with the governor that was about you and your separation from your significant other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why don't you open your electronic binder and look at what is marked as tab 65, which we'll mark as the next exhibit. So if we did this right, this is an email chain involving you, Stephanie Benton, and Brittany Camiso from Saturday, February 29th, 2020. You recognize this document?
Yeah, I do.
And what is it?
It was asking Brittany and I to come in and staff him, I believe at the mansion, and asking if one of us were available. And it was just obviously to the two of us and not his actual assistants. And we were assisting him obviously on, like I said, the book signing project. So I'm sure that's why she continued to ask us, which is obviously not, it's very normal for her to ask Brittany and I. And my birthday is, so we were celebrating my birthday that night. So Brittany kind of, took one for the team and said that she would take the afternoon shift if, he showed up later, and that I would handle the morning.
And so the occasion on which the governor referred to you and Ms. Camiso as Mingle Mamas must have occurred after this email?
I believe it happened. I'm not quite sure if it happened before or after. It might have happened before. He did sign a book for me for my birthday to give for Brittany to give to me.
What?
Why don't you look at what is in your electronic binder?
I'm sorry, he did sign a book.
A State of the State book for me to give to me, for Brittany to give to me, because he knew that she was going out with me for my birthday that night.
So that was on the night of February 29th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And why don't you look at what is in the electronic binder as tab 74? And we'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Okay. Yeah. So Brittany had him sign a book, a State of the State book for her as well.
So let me just set some background, Alyssa, let me just set some background for the record. So this is a text message between you and Ms. Camiso And some of it's been redacted for personal privacy. I understand from your counsel that the redactions are completely unrelated to this investigation and just contain personal banter information shared between you and Ms. Camiso. But in these text messages, on the left side, there is text, and on the right side, there is text. Which text is your writing?
Mine's on the right.
So now explain the context for this text message that we're looking at.
So Brittany also wanted a signed book, a state of the state book, since we helped him on the project. So she had asked him to sign a book for her as well. And I believe I said something along the lines is like, did you have a book signed? Did you have him sign a book for you? And I must have said, like, you better have. And she said, yes, ma'am. And I jokingly wrote, like, did he sign it Mingle Mamas? And then she just said that he talked about her spirit and great talent on the cover of the book. He wrote something about that.
So the comment from the governor referring to you and Ms. Camiso as Mingle Mamas must have occurred before this text message. Is that right? You're making a reference to the governor calling you a Mingle Mama. Okay.
Yes.
Right. All right. You can go ahead and put that aside. Going back to your experiences with the governor, we started by talking about nicknames, and you said that he referred to you and Ms. Camiso as Mingle Mamas. Did he have any other nicknames for you?
No.
Did the governor ever make any comments about your physical appearance?
He made a comment in Italian about my physical appearance early on when I was helping out in the mansion. Had to be beginning of 2019, one of the first probably experiences of me going there. I went up to his office and, wanted to discuss with him the assignment that he wanted me to do and what I can help with. And he, before getting into the assignment, he looked at me and asked me if I spoke Italian. And I said no. And I said, unfortunately, my parents never taught me. And he went on and said something in Italian. And I just kind of laughed because I uncomfortably laughed. I really didn't know what he was saying. And he kind of just grinned after that and then went on and said, the assignment. And it was, I to be honest, I cannot remember what it was. It wasn't any word that I'm familiar with. I obviously know I'm from Italian, background. I'm 100% Italian. So a lot of my family members do speak Italian. So I have some understanding of it. So the common words like Bella and ciao and, all of those kind of words, I do know what they mean. So it was nothing. It wasn't any of those words. It was the words that I did not know what they meant, but it was a short enough sentence where I was able to remember it. So on my way home from the mansion, I called my mom and asked her if she knew what it meant. And my dad actually understands Italian much better than my mother. So my mother, while I was on the phone, asked my father what it meant. And he said, it's commenting at my looks of how beautiful I am. So that was one instance. And then numerous times after that, he would say things to me in Italian, knowing well that I did not understand what he was saying. And he would just say things and kind of grin at me, and definitely felt uncomfortable considering I have no idea what he's saying to me. And he would just do that often in front of me. So, he could have complimented me more. I have no clue. But that's pretty much the extent of it.
On that first occasion at the mansion, after you learned from your parents the meaning of what the governor had said to you, how did that make you feel?
A little uncomfortable, and a little surprised because it was, I was still early on to like helping him. So I wasn't really, I didn't know what to expect going to the mansion. And I didn't know what to expect working with him. So I was a little surprised and taken back that he would say something like that to me. I believe it's a little inappropriate if you ask me.
Other than telling your mother and your father, did you tell anyone else about the governor's comment to you in Italian?
I told Brittany Commisso.
Did you tell her the day it happened or some other time?
Definitely the day it happened. I'm sure I called her right after I talked to my parents.
And why did you tell Miss Commisso?
Because we were told, like, right from the jump, that we're not allowed to talk about anything that goes on in the governor's office, any of our interactions with the governor. It could be simple as him kicking a soccer ball in the governor's suite. We weren't even allowed to say that outside of the governor's suite unless it's one of his EAs who works in there with us. So like I could discuss it with, I can discuss it with, and obviously Brittany's another one of them because she often helped out. So, and I knew that he interacted with Brittany very similarly, that how he interacted with me. And so I felt comfortable talking to her about it and like confiding in her because we couldn't confide in anyone else. So we would confide in each other about our interactions with him. I didn't feel comfortable talking to her about it because I didn't know how he interacted with them. And Brittany obviously felt the same.
And when you say that you understood that the governor interacted with you in a similar way he was interacting with Ms. Commisso, what do you mean? How was he interacting with you?
Playful, flirtatious. He acted as if we were more friends than he was our superior. The conversations such as, him asking if I would tell him Brittany if she, hooked up with someone else while we were in Florida is not like a conversation a superior really has with their subordinate. So he had that kind of banter with us, or felt comfortable enough to have that kind of, talk with us.
And circling just back to the Italian for a second, we'll come back to the banter, but circling back to the Italian, what was Ms. Commisso's reaction when you told her the governor had essentially called you beautiful in Italian?
She just kind of laughed. Like she would always say like, oh, he's wild, or like he's crazy, and like kind of laugh it off. Like, I can't believe he said that, or I can't believe he did that.
Did you tell anyone else about the governor's comments to you in Italian from that day?
No, just my parents knew, obviously.
And on the other occasions on which the governor spoke to you in Italian, was there anyone else present besides you and the governor?
No.
Did you ever again convey to your parents something the governor had said to you in Italian, ask them what it meant?
No. Mm-mm.
Did you ever have any understanding of what he was saying to you?
No, because it was never words, and I don't know if he did that intentionally, words that weren't common Italian words. I believe that was intentional, for that he did not use words that I would be familiar with. But it was definitely the way he like said it. He would say things and like smirk after. And he would just like, because he would normally be sitting when he said it in his desk, and I would walk in and he would just like I would be right in front of him and he would just say something and then smirk as he was saying it to me. And I would just uncomfortably laugh because I would have no clue what he was saying to me.
Did you ever see the governor speak to anyone else in Italian?
No.
And you said that there was what you described as playful or flirtatious banter from the governor. Other than the Mingle Mamas and the Italian conversations you've been describing, can you give us any other examples of the governor engaging in flirtatious or playful behavior with you?
I was doing dictation for him. This is probably one of my first times doing dictation for him. It was early 2019. I had asked to go in to his offices in the Capitol, and I brought in a pen and paper because you were allowed to choose if you wanted a pen or paper or bring in a laptop. I always brought in a pen and paper, as the other girls did as well. And I, said hello to him and sat down on the other side of his desk. And, I was like, I'm ready whenever you are. And so, doing dictation for him, for pretty much everyone, is like very nerve wracking. Like, you want to make sure that you hear every word he's saying. You don't want to miss a word or, just mess it up because you have to type it up after and have him review it. And the last thing you want is to, put like mixed match words or put things like where he didn't say. So, and given this was like still one of my first times, I was really, really nervous. So I had my head down and like my paper, like in front of me, my pen in hand, and waiting for him to speak. And he like wasn't speaking at all. It was like eerily quiet for a little longer than normal. So I like looked up, and my shirt must have been like a loose like silk shirt or something along those lines. So when I was like leaned over, it had like it had a gap between my skin and my shirt, and I didn't like realize that. And he was blatantly staring down my shirt, and to let me know that he asked me what was on my necklaces that was actually right in between my breasts at the time.
And what did you say when he asked you what was on your necklace?
I pulled out my necklace from my shirt and I told him what was on my necklace, but I was very embarrassed and really like uncomfortable. It just made the situation that much more stressful, and I was like, my heart was beating so fast. It was definitely unwanted attention from him. And I just like made sure the entire time that my shirt was, up, and I kept on pulling it up probably the entire time.
After you told the governor, what did you say to the governor? You told him what was on the necklace?
Mm-hmm.
And what was on the necklace?
It was an Italian horn and Mother Mary, like a pendant.
And what did he say?
He just said it was like nice. And then he started speaking.
And did you tell anyone about this?
I told Brittany.
And when did you tell Brittany?
Directly, like after it happened.
And what do you recall Ms. Camissa saying to you after you told her that the governor had stared down your shirt?
Just like she wasn't, unfortunately, like surprised by his behavior at that point. I don't know. He's just, in a way, she was surprised, but she was just like, I can't believe he like was that obvious about it, or that he would like say.
Are there ways in? Should I say that again?
Or that like he would say something about my necklace to let me know that where he was looking.
And you, did you tell anyone else other than Ms. Camiso? Why not?
Is that a no?
No, yes, sorry.
Why not?
Because I didn't know how other people, like the only people I would tell or had the option of telling would be, or I believe was working there at the time, and like I said, the interactions I've seen with the governor with, they weren't like the interaction we have, Brittany and I have with the governor. So I felt really uncomfortable to tell them about it. I was like embarrassed.
Do you mean that you didn't observe the governor being playful or flirtatious with?
Yeah, the way he acted with us was very different compared to them. And I obviously I want to believe that I'm up there and helping out because of my good work. And I felt like if I said that to them, not only would I be embarrassed, I would like almost discredit myself. Like I didn't want them to think that was the reason why we were up there. And they've already made comments here and there, like, of course, the governor he calls you guys on the weekends. He wants two pretty young, pretty faces around. Like they would make comments like that.
How did those comments make you feel?
It's very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. It felt demeaning. It made me upset to know that I wasn't there for the reason I want to be there. It made me feel like an object rather than, someone who is there to work and do a good job and further my career.
You told us that you also didn't, the only people that you could talk to about your interactions with the governor would have been his other executive assistants. How did you come to that understanding?
And told me that when I first started going into the front office often, about the trying to get like into control. They told me like right off the bat that I was not to talk about anything that happened in there. Anything. Like he used to he throws like fruit sometimes at us, like to play catch. Like he'll like take a orange and he'd be like, Alyssa, here, like catch this. And like, so little things like that. They said nothing. You cannot say a word about anything as simple as that outside of this office, unless it's with, me or say. And they really like emphasize that to the point where I like Brittany and I were like scared to like say anything to anyone else. We never did. Never did. Because we didn't want to be the ones to, if something got out, we knew that they would know it was us. And so we weren't going to be the ones to say anything to anyone else. So we just really confided in each other about everything.
What did you understand the consequences would be if you spoke about what the governor was doing or what happened in the governor's office outside of the executive assistant grouping?
I would believe we would either not be asked to assist the governor anymore, or be moved to an agency.
Do you know anyone that had happened to?
Not because of something that happened in like with the governor, but it's like well known that if you do something wrong, that you're not fired, you're moved to an agency instead. And you're often given an increase in salary to make you happy by pushing you out.
Do you know anyone that happened to?
Yes. she helped Lauren Grasso, who's the director of admissions. She got pushed out to an agency and given higher pay to make her happy and to like kind of portray that it was like, look at this great opportunity, you don't want to pass this up. But realistically, she had no choice but to go. It's happened to so many people, I can't even think of it. But it was just like a running, like almost like joke. It's like, oh, the only way you can get a raise here is if you like mess up and go and you get kicked out and to go somewhere else. Like it's just, it felt like everything was like, it's backwards almost. You know, if you do well, it's like I said, it's like a curse because you can't like really.
What's your understanding? Sorry, finish, please. Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
I just said, so you like, if you do well, you can't further your career because you're stuck where you are.
What's your understanding of why it was being pushed out?
They didn't get along well in that office. There was 4 of them in the office, including Lauren, and they just weren't getting along. There was too much like banter between all of them. They weren't getting along. I'm not quite sure exactly what she did, but I do know that she wasn't like really liked by other people in that office.
And circling back to this confidentiality, did you ever get any training about where you could report workplace misconduct or to whom you could report workplace misconduct?
We have an ethics like training that they really put emphasis on. That's a 2-hour training that we have to do every, I want to say 2 years. So I had to do that in the beginning. I'm not quite sure what that was like. I feel like it was confidentiality related. And then the other trainings that we had to do, I don't know if there was like a sexual harassment one. I don't know if there was like a HR one. They were just, you just go on the computer at your leisure and like watch a video and then click on multiple choice answers. But pretty much everyone didn't watch the videos and would just go to the very end and just select the multiple choice answers because they were very, like they were common sense just to get those trainings over with. But that was like a one-time deal. It wasn't anything like someone like said that was important. Like it was kind of like just treated. It's like, do it as you do it as you can, it wasn't taken like very seriously.
Why don't you open your electronic set of exhibits and open tab 4, and we'll mark this as the next exhibit.
I'm sorry, what number did you say?
Tab 4. So tab 4 should be the State of New York Executive Department's Handbook for Employees of New York State Agencies with Governor Cuomo's name on the cover page, dated December 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this document or a different dated version of this document before?
No.
And if you turn to page 16, of that document, on the top of that page, there's a bold letters, it says sexual harassment, and it defines sexual harassment. Do you remember ever seeing that definition before?
No.
Why don't you open what is tab 8?
Okay.
Tab 8 should be the Governor's Office of Employee Relations, Sexual Harassment in the Workplace e-learning course dated December 2020. Have you ever seen this document before or something like it?
No.
If you believed you were experiencing something that might be sexual harassment, what was your understanding of who you should go to?
To be honest, I didn't feel like I could go to anybody. We don't really, there's no one like on our floor that is, well, defined HR. The person that's closest to it would be Lauren Grasso, the Director of Administration. But she's fairly new into that role, whereas I'd been there for years and years. So Lauren is also like, is not confident and sometimes afraid to go to the higher ups on certain matters. She's intimidated by them as well. Or she just doesn't get answers from them. And as far as like staffing and stuff like that go. But I never felt like I could go to her. I don't think it would go anywhere. I don't think she would feel comfortable going to anyone about it. Everyone, like Jill, there was like a clique almost. So it was like Jill DeRosier, Danny Lever, Annabelle Walsh, Melissa DeRosa, and Stephanie Benton. They like call them like the mean girls almost. They were like super cliquey. And they would just like protect him, the governor, and, you know, each other. And there's no way that anything would have gotten past if like, say if Lauren did go to jail, like it would have been squashed, or I would have, you know, had some sort of retaliation, like, or not been like asked to go into the front office anymore or moved. I'm sure I would have been moved. So there was just, I didn't know even where to start or who to go to. I didn't feel comfortable talking to anyone about it. And that's why I just talked to Brittany about it.
Why don't we've been going for about an hour and 40 minutes. So why don't we take a break?
Okay.
We're gonna go off the record.
Sure. Time is 4:27 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are now off the record. Time is currently 4:42 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are back on the record. You may proceed.
Yeah. Alyssa, do you know anything about whether the governor did the kinds of training that we were just looking at together?
That I'm not aware of. I don't know if he did or did not.
And did you ever hear any discussion about in the executive chamber or from anyone about whether someone else in the executive chamber was doing the governor's training for him?
No, I have not heard anything about training in the governor.
Before we took a break, you had referred to a group of women who worked in the executive chamber as the Mean Girls.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us how you came to understand that group was referred to as the Mean Girls?
I don't remember who told me that or like referred to them as that, but it has been a few people who's referred to them as that. I obviously have seen firsthand how cliquey they are, just being in the front office. You know, they would gather in Melissa's office and chat or, you know, just like kind of just talk about different people or different things. And were like, they would all like go out after work or, go hang out at the mansion, and it would just be them. And they would never like let anyone in to like that little circle.
Did you ever observe any of those individuals yelling at or bullying other members of the executive chamber staff?
Melissa DeRosa.
And what have you observed Melissa DeRosa doing in that respect?
Being very demeaning to people, yelling at people, talking down to people. Like we had to, she only drinks Starbucks, and all we had in the Capitol was Dunkin' Donuts, and she like refused to drink that. So someone had to go out and get her Starbucks. And she would like, if you weren't back by a certain time, she'd be like having people like call, text you, like, where's my coffee? Where are you? Like, what's your status? And like, to the point where I think one time or multiple times, like Brittany has gone and I've literally had to like run across the street, like in traffic, going to get her coffee to get it back to her before like a press conference, and like running in my heels up to the second floor, like trying to like get it to her in time. So.
Did you have to pay for Ms. DeRosa's coffee?
Sometimes, but then Stephanie would give money to us, like this is part of like the coffee like bank or whatever. If you like happen to pay for it that week, just take money out of there. But then Melissa actually had her card linked to the app that had, so would put in the coffee for you under Melissa, and it would come out of her card.
And what is the coffee bank?
It's just it's not like anything like formal. It's just like it's so like the governor's coffee and Stephanie Benton's coffee we usually get from Dunkin' Donuts, which is right downstairs. So, they'll call and be like, oh, the governor wants coffee. So we'll go downstairs, get him a coffee, and usually like we'll pay for that ourselves. And, she'll like throw a 50 at like if, someone bought coffee this week, like make sure you give them like some money out of it to cover our coffee. But that's pretty much it.
So were you getting reimbursed for the coffee?
I mean, not really. Like, I didn't really say like, oh, like I paid for coffee on this day and this day and this day. Like, I need this amount of money. Like, no.
But there were times where someone would give you money and say, this is to cover coffee.
Mm-hmm. Like sometimes Stephanie would give me a card or whatnot. Depends on the situation.
And other than Ms. DeRosa's coffee orders, and you said she also sometimes was demeaning to people, are there other examples of Ms. DeRosa being bullyish or mean to other individuals in the senior staff?
To senior staff or people below her?
Sorry, in the executive chamber.
Okay. Yes, she's very demeaning towards us, especially because like she just thinks like we're below her. So we're just like always like yelled at by her, or like, why did you do this? Are you kidding me? Like she just would say, like, talk to you in such a way that you're just like, I'm not stupid. So she would just always make you feel bad. And like, for example, actually older than her. So like, it would like, that really got to me, her talking to them like that. And, they wouldn't like it either. But everyone knows that's just how she is. But around the governor was around, she was better towards us.
Did you ever complain to anyone about Ms. DeRosa's behavior?
No, because everyone knew about it.
Did you ever see anyone tell Ms. DeRosa that she was behaving inappropriately or improperly?
Oh, no one would ever do that. Mm-mm. They're like
Why
almost
not?
like, because they're like bullies. And if you say something to them, then your career is going to get ruined, or you're going to get pushed out, or, there's going to be no advancement. It was just, you don't like cross them.
And by
Is there
them,
a
you mean
piano
the
playing?
group that you called?
Excuse me, counsel, is there a piano playing?
There is. We can go off the record.
Time is 4:49 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are now off the record.
So there.
Time is currently 4:51 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are back on the record. You may proceed.
So before we took a break, we were talking about the Mean Girls and why you would never have said anything about their behavior. Did you ever see the governor say anything to them about how they were behaving?
No, never. He was always like part of it. Like he would join in on like their fun and banter. And they would like all go into Melissa's office or his office. They all like joke around, or like I said, they go back to the mansion a lot. So he was like a part of it. They were very like.
Did the governor refer to that group as the Mean Girls?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did the Mean Girls dress in a particular way?
Yeah, they dressed, they wore very fitted, tight clothes, like shorter dresses. Melissa would always need the heat to be cranked up high so she could wear like short dresses like that were sleeveless, like all year round. They wore like very fashion forward clothes, like not like traditional clothing, but very, very form fitting, like trendy clothes.
And did that have any influence on how you felt you needed to dress in the executive chamber?
Yeah, like I felt like I needed to dress similar to them. In a sense, I felt like I needed to dress more like them rather than, like a frumpy outfit or something that wasn't as trendy or whatnot. So like, I didn't feel like I could wear like casual clothes or anything of that sort.
What about what the men wore in the office? What did they wear?
The men, they would wear usually a button-up shirt and like black pants, dress pants, and they would like usually have their jacket off unless there was, an event or something going on. They probably would wear it in or always bring it, and it's in their office, and like they have like ties like on hand in their office and would put it on if need be. But they would pretty much wear that. And then on Fridays was more of like a casual type of dress code, unless there was something going on.
Did you ever talk to anyone about how you needed to dress while you were staffing the governor?
No, nope.
Did you ever hear of anyone else being told how they had to dress when they were staffing the governor?
No, just like they would say, you need to like wear something on the dressier side, like just along those lines. They wouldn't say like exactly what to wear, like exactly what to wear. But
did anyone ever talk to you about what kind of footwear you needed to wear while working in the governor's office?
No, because I always wore heels no matter what.
Why did you always wear heels?
Because I'm short.
Was there any other reason, or was it by choice?
By choice.
Did the governor ever comment on your clothing?
Don't think so. I don't think so.
You told us about the governor commenting about the necklace you were wearing while he was looking down your shirt. Are there any other occasions on which you felt like the governor was commenting on your body or your appearance?
He commented on like my tattoos. So he commented on like the tattoo I had on my foot, and I think he asked me if I had like others.
And when did that happen?
When I was at the executive mansion in one of those times. It's kind of like all blend together. I've had a lot of conversations with him, and I spent a lot of time at the mansion and with him at the Capitol. So it's like really hard to pinpoint when that happened.
And where is your tattoo?
The one he commented on was on my foot.
And do you recall what he said?
I think he asked what it was, because he didn't see like the whole thing. So I just told him.
And what did you tell him?
I told him it's like a cross, but it's like made almost like out of palms.
Did he say anything in response?
Don't remember. I believe he asked if I had others, but I think I just said yes. I'm not quite sure of how that conversation went.
Do you remember if he asked you where your other tattoos were?
I don't believe so.
Were there any occasions in which you had heard him ask about somebody else's tattoos?
No.
Any other comments? I know you said that there was a kind of stream of playful, flirtatious banter coming from the governor, but any other comments that stick out to you as having been flirtatious or having been of a sexual nature or sexual innuendo?
Not really to me. It was like to Brittany that involved me. And then Brittany would like relay things to me. I am definitely less outgoing than Brittany is. So I think he felt a little more comfortable in that sense with her, because I wouldn't really, I was like, I would respond back to a certain extent, but not as much as like she talked to him definitely more in that sense than I did. I kind of just like laughed, or that kind of like, I didn't really engage too much.
Meaning when he was being flirtatious or playful, you laughed, but you didn't necessarily engage back with him.
Yeah, like, so the conversation really couldn't continue.
Was that on purpose?
Subconsciously or on purpose, either or. It definitely was one or the other.
And are there occasions on which you flirted with the governor?
No. Like the extent was like what happened in Florida State and Florida, but that was joking around, because I was like, really did not know what to say to him when he said that. But that's like the extent of it. Other than that, it's just like nervous laughing or just like smiling or that kind of stuff. But nothing like, I wouldn't say anything flirtatious back to him.
How often was the governor engaging in playful or flirtatious behavior with you?
Probably almost every time I saw him. And it wasn't like, outright flirtatious always. It was, if he like came into a room and I happened to be in there, he would like say hello to me first, or only say hello to me. Brittany and I were in the hallway one time after he finished State of the State address. want to say it had been 2019. So I don't think the 2020 happened. And we happened to be in the hallway when he was going on the elevator, and he saw us and he's like, ladies. And, we went up to him, we're like, oh, you did such a good job. And so like, he hugged and kissed us both. But like, then there was like random, like other people in the hallway that he like didn't acknowledge. Or he would, Brittany and I, for a period of time, Brittany's office was directly across from mine. We were both on the secured side. She worked for, oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank? I worked for, and she worked for, I'm drawing a blank, but who was a advisor to the governor. And so our offices were like, we could see each other. We like lined up perfectly our desks. And like I said, Melissa's office connected to ours. And so the governor would sometimes go through that door and like come say hi to me, and then go across the hall and say hi to Brittany, and then like just return back into his office.
On the occasion after the State of the State where you just mentioned that the governor hugged and kissed you, describe the hug.
He like hugged us both separately and both gave us a kiss on the cheek, and he would like always like firmly grip our sides when he would like hug us or like give us like a squeeze. Well, yeah, because Brittany did tell me that he did that to her too. So he would like squeeze your side a little bit.
And when you say your side, where would he put his hands?
Like maybe like right under your breast.
And that's where he would squeeze?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like this happened more than once. Did this happen more than once?
Yes.
How many times did this happen to you?
Honestly, couldn't even tell you. It's happened frequently. If there was an opportunity where, a hug was somewhat like appropriate, like, so yeah, I don't know for sure how many times.
And the kiss, please describe that for us.
He would just like kiss you on the cheek. Sometimes he would kiss you on both cheeks or once. But I've like rarely, if ever, seen him do that to like others, especially at like our level. Like for EAs, I've never seen him do that to another EA.
Have you ever seen him do that on other occasions with members of his senior staff?
I mean, I'm sure I can't think of it, but I'm sure he's done it to like Melissa or Stephanie, but or maybe for an event purpose, or maybe seeing them, but he would never just do it in the hallway if he saw them like that he would never, ever do that. Whereas he would do that with Brittany and I.
And on any of the occasions in which the governor either hugged or kissed you, did he ask permission to do that before?
No, never.
And how did it make you feel that the governor hugged and kissed you on a number of occasions?
Awkward. Definitely awkward. But it kind of just like went along with that. And then you just kind of like try to keep your like distance body wise, and so you're not like touching.
And describe for me what you would do to keep your distance body wise.
I would basically like push out my back, and like so I'm like leaned forward rather than like straight up, so he can't like I can't be like pulled in. So it's I'm sure it was very like a stiff hug on my end.
Are there any occasions on which the governor did pull your body into his body?
No, just like on the like at the side, like for pictures and stuff like that, he would pull us like closer to him. Or like for example, like the Christmas party, everyone's like, you know, tries to get a picture with him because it's people from there's like commissioners from agencies and like higher ups from different agencies that are there. And like, so he'll like do a speech, walk down, and like people are all like trying to get to him. And, you know, he has his like detail around and like he will intentionally go up to us instead of us going up to him. And he always wants like a picture with the two of us.
Why don't you open your binder, electronic binder, and turn to tab 15. And we're going to mark this as the next exhibit.
Tab 15, you said?
Yeah, and why don't you go ahead and open 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. So we're going to mark each of these as a different exhibit. And these are photographs that you provided to us. So why don't we just look at each of the photographs? So number 15, do you remember what occasion this is from?
Chamber Christmas party. Has to be 2018. Because we didn't have one in 2020, or no, we did have one in 2020. So this is 2019 Christmas party.
This is the 2019 Christmas party. And this is you and Miss Camiso, it looks like talking to the governor. Is that right?
Yeah, this is like when he came up to us.
And then flip to the tab 16, which will be the next exhibit.
And in that situation, Brittany just started working in the front office. I worked in there like pretty much full time at that point. So when he was like walking down, he in like front of everybody, he points at me and he says, "You're supposed to be in my office. Like, what are you doing out of the office?" Like jokingly, which was very embarrassing.
And that happened before this photograph started.
On his way down from the crowd, like going through the crowd.
And then look at tab 16. How did that photograph come about of you, Miss Camiso, and the governor?
The governor asking for them to take our picture with him. He'd be like, "Come here, ladies."
Did you ever ask the governor to take a picture with you?
No.
If you can open actually tabs 26 and 27. These are photographs of Ms. Camiso and the governor. I think your hands appear in what is the tab 26. Are these photographs from that same event?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else about what happened on this occasion with the governor?
No, because he obviously had to continue through the crowd and take additional pictures. So after the picture was taken, we might have chatted for another minute, but they had to keep him going. So they like kind of pushed him along.
If you look at tabs 26 and 27, it appears that the governor's hand is grabbing Miss Camisso's wrist. Do you see that?
Mhm. Yes.
Do you remember noticing that on that occasion or talking to Miss Camisso about it on that occasion?
No. It's not something like I paid attention to at the in the moment.
Was there anything unusual about your interaction with the governor on that occasion, or is this just kind of normal? Or not normal in the sense normal, but normal, and this is what you experienced with the governor?
So that was our first Christmas party together. We were a little surprised that he came up to us out of like everyone there. So that was a little shocking that he would like stop to come and see us. So we were like a little surprised by that, like a little taken off guard because there was a lot of important people there.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at the photographs that are at tab 17, 18, and 19, those appear to be pictures of you, Miss Camisso, and the governor from a different event. What event is that?
So that's the Christmas party the following year, so 2020.
Maybe it was 2019. I don't know if there was a Christmas party in 2020. Is that right?
2020. I get confused.
2020 would have been COVID.
Okay, so then yeah, so that would be 2019. The other one would be 2018 then.
Great. Okay. And the photographs here with the governor, whose camera were these taken on?
I believe mine. I gave my phone to who worked in the correspondence invitations office for the governor. So she wasn't on our second floor. She was in an agency building, but she technically worked for the chamber. So she took them.
And did you ask her to take photographs of you and Miss Camisso with the governor?
Yes. Because it was being taken by obviously a professional picture.
So a professional photographer was also taking photos, and you asked her to take photos with your camera.
I don't know if I specifically asked her, but I gave her my phone.
Okay. And in the photographs, it looks like the governor was in number 17, about to kiss you on the forehead. Do you remember if he kissed you on your head?
Yes, he did.
Did he ask if he could kiss you on the head?
No.
Did it make you feel uncomfortable that the governor kissed you on the head?
Yes, especially in front of that many people.
If you look at tab 19, there's a photograph. The governor is partially cut off of the photograph, but his hand is above your waist and slightly below your breast. Mm-hmm. Is that what you were describing to me earlier as to where the governor would place his hands when he hugged you or stood with you?
Yes.
And similarly, if you have tab 21 open,
mm-hmm.
Does that similarly reflect where the governor would place his hands when he hugged you?
Yes.
And you also provided us with the photograph that is in, I think, tab 20. You see that?
Yes, that's.
And did you take this photograph with the governor around the same time that you and Miss Camisso took your photographs with the governor?
Directly after us. She quickly, as soon as we walked away, she was like, "Can I get a picture with you?" And he said, "Sure." So he, because that was her first Christmas party, chamber Christmas party that she's ever attended. So I took a picture of her for her.
And are there differences between where the governor has placed his hands with where he placed his hands with you and Ms. Camiso?
Yes, absolutely.
What are the differences?
His hands are on her back, or upper back, and he's not gripping her. It looks like he's just has his hand placed on her upper back.
And on that occasion, do you recall if the governor kissed on the head?
No, he did not.
You can put those aside for a minute. Did you ever print out any of the photographs you took with the governor and display them?
Display them. I have not.
Have you ever posted any of your photographs with the governor on social media?
Yes. One.
And why did you do that?
I'm not sure why. I think it was just like directly after the Christmas party. And I just put like the caption, like Chamber Christmas Party 2019 or whatnot.
And how long did you keep that photo up on your social media?
It's still up there. I was told not to take it down.
I don't want to, you don't have to tell me anything your lawyers have ever told you, okay? So if I ask you any question that means you have to tell me something your lawyer told you, then say, I think I can't answer that question, okay? Other than the touching that we've described, sort of the frequent hugging and the governor placing his hands during those hugs near your breast, above your waist and squeezing, kisses on the forehead, kisses on the cheek. Is there any other touching that the governor engaged in with you?
I don't believe so. It was just him like kissing us on the cheek or like pulling me in like with my hand. Sometimes he would just like different variations, but it was just always like kissing and hugging, hello or goodbye, or potentially going into our offices.
Did the governor ever refer to you using terms of affection or endearment?
Like, for example?
Sure, like darling, sweetheart, honey.
Yes.
Okay. And how has he referred to you?
It would either be darling or honey. One of those. It would be like casually.
And how often did he do that?
Bunch of random times.
Did he do that to anyone else?
Brittany.
Anyone other than Brittany?
I'm sure, but I don't know off the top of my head.
How did it make you feel when the governor referred to you as darling or honey?
Awkward and a little demeaning.
Did you ever tell anyone that the governor was referring to you using a term of affection or endearment?
It would be in front of others. So like Stephanie
like who else?
Stephanie Benton would hear it. It would be like during the day in like the governor's suite. But I don't think anyone thought, like no one thinks really anything of it, because he definitely has referred to others as that. I'm sure that group, like with Annabelle, they were all very close with him. So I know he was like Annabelle, he had like a nickname for her, and literally almost positive that he's called her like names of affection or referred to her as like darling or such.
Did you ever hear anyone ask the governor not to refer to them that way?
No.
Have you ever heard anyone tell the governor to stop doing something he was doing?
No.
What do you think would happen if someone told the governor, don't call me that or don't refer to me that way?
I think you're sabotaging your career if you did that. I think there would be like repercussions to that. He's not someone you tell no to, whether it's work related or anything. You just don't. Like, you hear a lot of people complain outside of the room, like about even like projects. Like, I know, like, used to like get really frustrated, like that timeline is like impossible, that he wants that done, just things saying that. And like, but at the same time, there's no way that she can tell him no. Or Melissa, really.
Has the governor ever asked about your personal life? I know you told us he asked Ms. Camiso about your personal life, but did he ever ask you about it?
Yes. He asked me, and I don't know in great detail, but he has asked me about like how I was doing with the separation in person when I was at the mansion. I don't know what time it was, but it had to have been shortly after my soon-to-be ex-husband and I separated. I don't know exactly what he asked me, but I do know we had a conversation about it. And then in November 2020, he called and he asked, I was like, executive chamber, and he was like, and he says like, hiya, to let you know that it's him. And I was like, hi, governor. And he was like, he would like say, who's this, like playfully. And I would say, listen, he's like, Alyssa, what? And I said, McGrath. And he's like, you still haven't changed your name back yet? And he's like, I liked Petronio better. And I was like, governor, we're still, my divorce is going super slow. Like, I don't know if we were just in a pandemic. It slowed everything down. And he like started like interrogating me with questions like whether I was seeing someone, whether my ex was seeing someone, how much he pays me in child support, how much he's supposed to pay me weekly, does he actually pay me, how much does he owe me, and back child support. He would like do the calculations in his head. He asked me other questions, like interrogated me for like a couple of minutes, like straight. Like I like answered like boom, 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 and was in the room with me. And finally, when the governor was done, I was like, so what can I like help you with? And he wanted to be transferred to Peter Jamian. So I transferred him over, and she's like, what was that about? She's like, he just grilled you. I was like, I know. And she was like, well, you did really well. Like, you answered the questions like back to back to back to back. But he completely, like, I felt like I was on the stand with the amount of questions he asked me. He asked me about my attorney, if she's going to garnish his wages, if, how often does he get, literally every question you can think of regarding my divorce.
Were you comfortable answering the governor's question?
I didn't even have time to think that if I was comfortable or not, because he was asking me questions back to back to back to back. Afterwards, I wouldn't have disclosed that information to him. Like, not even a lot of people, like barely anybody knows, like in the chamber, like they know that I am going through a divorce. They just don't know all those specifics. it's not something I would like go around and share with people, only like the closest people in the office.
Without getting into specifics or details, when did you separate from your ex-husband?
We signed our legal separation agreement June 1st, 2019, but it started, we started pursuing a separation the day after Easter. So in April.
Of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And at what stage are your divorce proceedings now?
I just handed in my discovery.
Was there discovery related to the governor?
No, just solely financials and like tax with my ex and stuff like that, like over the last like 5 years, whatever I could provide.
Has the governor, strike that. Has your soon-to-be ex-husband ever accused you of having a consensual sexual relationship with the governor?
No, he always would say like I know like what goes on with like politics and like, you know, you guys are like young girls, and like would imply that like the only reason why we were being called to help out the governor was because of my looks. But he wasn't as adamant about it as Brittany's ex was.
Why don't we'll put a pin in Brittany's ex. To your knowledge, has your soon-to-be ex-husband ever raised the idea that you were having a consensual sexual relationship with the governor to anyone else?
I have no idea. No clue.
Circling back to the governor himself, were there any other personal questions that he asked you, or questions about your personal life that you remember him asking you?
Just like casual conversation about like what I was doing for Christmas and like that kind of stuff, but nothing that comes to mind. I know there was a conversation with him and Brittany where he asked to see her Instagram, and it was like all of us in Saratoga at the time. And he like jokingly said that he wanted to like go out with us in Saratoga. If there was a way, he would go out with us.
So on that occasion, were you present?
Mm-mm. No.
And what did Ms. Camisto tell you happened on that occasion?
She just told me, she said that you asked to see her Instagram, and obviously it was like all of us. So he like commented that, you know, we've spent a lot of time in Saratoga and just like having fun. Brittany was like trying to get me out a lot, considering I just went through a separation. It was very difficult for me. So she tried to get me out of the house as much as possible.
Did the governor ever ask to see your social media accounts?
No.
Did you ever show him pictures on your phone of you or you and Ms. Camisto?
No.
Have you ever helped the governor look at photographs of him at events and select photos to send to people?
No.
Have you ever watched him do that? So not helped him, but watched him pick photos from events?
I know he's picked photos from events and like have signed them and have given them to some of like the staff members or someone who wasn't a part of the staff. I know that things like that have been sent out or given to others.
But were you there on any occasions when he was doing that?
Yes, like more for like staff and or I would see that they had just been done, and then we had to like make sure that they were mailed out properly and given to who handled like the correspondence. We just like relayed what needed to be done and gave her the stuff.
And have you ever heard on those occasions the governor comment on any of the women in those pictures, on their appearance?
No.
Can you recall any other occasion on which you have heard the governor make comments that had sexual content to them or sexual innuendo?
There was a time where it was when we were doing the book signing stuff. After we were done going through this signing of the books, Brittany and I went into the area where the EAs sit. Typically, obviously, like I said, it was only the three of us in. So Brittany, because we were on the floor, so we spread all the books out so we can like easily separate them and like make sure they're mailed out, make sure we like got everyone we were supposed to. So we just like literally spread everything out. And Brittany like had pulled something in her groin, and my ex, soon to be ex-husband, is a personal trainer as well. So she knows that like I know like probably one of the only benefits was I get to I knew how to like do all the like exercises and like different like stretching to help with that. So she asked me like, what stretches can I do to like help this? Like it's driving me nuts, especially because we were sitting on the ground. So I showed her one, and so I was like, mimic me. So I was doing it, and then she did it, and then the governor walked in when that happened and was like, whoa, ladies. And like we started like laughing. We're like, oh my God. So we like, went back to like sitting properly. And his face, it was either his face, like he made like, you knew that he was thinking of something like sexual, and to the fact where Brittany had to say, it's not what you think. I pulled my groin for another reason, because he like, it's just the way he behaved seeing us do a stretch.
And did the governor, other than saying ladies, that kind of thing, did the governor say anything after Ms. Camiso said it's not what you think?
Well, he was like, what's going on here? And then she said that, and then he's like, okay, all right. And he's like, mingle mamas. Then he like walked out of the room.
So this was around the time when he had started referring to you as mingle mamas.
It was, yeah, the same day.
Okay. Any other occasions in which you can recall the governor making comments that had a sexual nature to them or sexual innuendo?
Not that comes off like the top of my head.
Okay.
I do know that.
Were you there? Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
Had mentioned that she knows the governor, looking down her shirt at one point in time, like blatantly. But
when did he tell you that?
It was, I don't remember when. It probably wasn't too long ago, like it was definitely before the pandemic. She kind of just like said it openly, like to the, like maybe Brittany was there.
Did anyone react?
I can't record that.
No.
Any other occasions in which you're aware of the governor making comments of a sexual nature, or a sexual innuendo?
No comments that I can think of, but there have been like, I've heard like rumors of him, the governor, like sleeping with different staff members. I don't know, like obviously I can't say that it's true or not true, but I have heard of.
And what are the rumors that you've heard?
I've heard that he has had like a sexual relationship with yeah. But that has always been everyone believed that they had some sort of relationship, as well as and
Do you have any knowledge or about the governor having a consensual sexual relationship with any of those women other than hearing a rumor?
no.
Have you ever seen him engage in physical contact with any of those women of a sexual nature?
Nothing that like stood out. Just, the fact that like he spent a lot of time with them at the mansion, or, like had basically stayed at the mansion this entire year.
So to your understanding, we're living at the executive mansion?
Yes. And they
And
would
how
just
do you
like
know
go
that?
and
I'm sorry, you cut out.
because
They would just go and what?
they would hang out by the pool like all the time. And we would see them because if I was working at the executive mansion, the office that I sit in has a window facing the backyard, like the pool area. So we would see them, come up in their bikinis, and it would be like, come up. And we would know that we're staying there because they openly told us, and didn't need a hotel to be in Albany this entire time during the pandemic. If she did, we would have to do like an expense report, but we didn't have to because she stayed at the mansion the entire time. And so does go home on occasion, but she would even call her neighbor, her next door neighbor in front of us, saying like, can you check on my house? Because she hasn't been home. She's basically lived at the executive mansion along with, I think I hadn't been home in like a year.
And they were wearing their swimsuits. Was the governor present on those occasions?
I don't know where he was. He was home though. He might have been upstairs, or he might have been by the pool. I was working on some assignment, but that I've seen them on multiple occasions doing that.
Has anyone ever told you that they saw the governor engage in conduct of an intimate or sexual nature with?
Has anyone told me?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it from like multiple sources.
And what have people told you they've seen?
That they have like a sexual relationship, that they have, have had one like for quite some time, on and off.
But has anyone told you they saw the governor engaging in intimate contact or sexual contact with?
No, I don't think so. No.
And same question for.
No. Apparently they like dated early on because she's
And how did you come to understand that had dated the governor?
Somebody told me who was, I believe someone told me who was friends, who had worked for a guy who was friends with the governor. One of the lobbyists or like lawyers who was friendly with the governor.
Do you remember? Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, but do you remember any of those people's names who told you this information?
I've heard it from like multiple people.
Anyone in particular that you can recall?
Like Lauren Grasso has said something. She's been around like the chamber for quite some time. She was on the FOIL team for a while, so until she like became a part of moved to the second floor. I've heard it from, what else? Just like other people on his staff, when just like talking, it just has come up.
Do you have any knowledge about women sitting on the governor's lap?
I feel like I've seen it on his lap, but I'm not. And
can you recall when that was? You saw that?
Had to be like it was definitely in his office in the Capitol. I don't remember the occasion, but I can't even say like 100% sure, but I'm almost positive that I have seen that or in a picture or something along those lines.
And do you recall where you saw the picture, if there was a picture?
Like we've had to go through like several pictures just for their office to like pull as far as to make like duplicates for him. So we are always like given like a bunch of pictures sometimes and having to go through them, like pull out ones that he's in or stuff like that, just for like to have like put in an album. Oh yeah, I had to do an album for him one time. I might have saw it in there. But yeah, we've dealt with a lot of like pictures of his personal and work related.
What was the album for?
I'm not quite sure. It was full of pictures of him at events, personal pictures with him and his daughter at like his house, a series of different pictures.
Do you remember there being a picture of sitting on the governor's lap?
I don't remember, but I feel like I have seen her do that. They had that kind of like relationship though.
Do you recall when you've seen it on the governor's lap?
No.
Any other sort of rumors or information you have about the governor having intimate contact with someone who is a staff member of the executive chamber other than Ms. Camissa?
No, just the the people who were hired that happened to be blonde, or I have like heard of him meeting people at an event and they become a part of the executive chamber staff and like immediately making like 150,000 without like the background to show for it, and they just like meet him at an event. So that has happened. I don't know I couldn't tell you off the top of my head who it is, but it's definitely somewhat people that's happened to while I've worked there. And I feel like it's people either in scheduling or press.
But you don't remember who they are.
Yeah, I can't tell you exactly what their name is. There's
And
been
do you remember from whom you heard that that's how these individuals had been hired?
Yeah, so a lot of the stuff is filtered through the front office, like us, like the EAs, and then we have to give it to for final sign off, from Melissa or whatnot. So we have to give it to her, and then we inquire whoever gave it to us, whatever department gave it to us, where did they come from, or if they have completely a background that's not relevant at all, we're how'd they get that job, and they would tell us the people who would essentially be their boss.
Either Ross.
Their boss,
Oh,
their principal.
And do you remember any specific person who told you about someone being hired because the governor had met the person at an event?
Yeah, would tell us a lot of situations where that happened. I think has told us, and not saying it in any sort of way, just us inquiring oh, how'd they get that job? That title doesn't even exist, or how do they start making that much? They have the same education as we do, or just things like that. We would inquire about.
I'm going to turn now to talking about Brittany Commisso, unless there's anything else you remember about the governor's interaction with other women who were members of the executive chamber staff that you think we should know.
No, you just knew who he favored. He just made it very known.
So has Ms. Commisso ever told you about getting a tour of the executive mansion from the governor?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
That he took her on a one-on-one tour and showed her the entire executive mansion. I believe in one of the rooms, he stopped and gave her a hug. And I don't know if he grabbed her, but in that situation or others, but it might have been, he might have done it there. I'm just not 100% sure, but it has happened several times.
So I'm going to try as we go through this to separate in time things that Ms. Commisso told you in real time as they were experienced by her with the governor, and things she told you in March of 2021. Okay. So the tour of the mansion, what part of that did she tell you after it happened? So sort of in real time.
So in real time, she told me that he gave her a personal tour of the mansion in real time. When she left, she usually would, or I would call her, she would call me after she left the mansion or the Capitol or whatever. But the part of the, tight hug or the, grabbing of her butt was after, was recent. I learned about that. I learned about that the day after Charlotte came out with her story. That was a Saturday. And then that Sunday I went over, we had a play date with our kids and we were sitting at the kitchen table and she disclosed that information.
Okay. So I kind of want to walk through things chronologically coming up. So we'll come to when Ms. Commisso told you what she told you after Charlotte Bennett's allegations became public. So the tour of the executive mansion, in real time, she told you it was a one-on-one tour What else did she tell you in real time?
In that specific instance, or?
Yep, just about that instance. Yep.
Pretty much just that he gave her like a one-on-one tour to all the rooms, like gave her background on like, you know, the mansion. That's pretty much all she told me as far as that goes. Like she didn't say any behavior that seemed like inappropriate. I mean, she might have said like he said things, but like at that point in time, like it wasn't that unheard of.
And when you say she might have said the governor said things, what kinds of things?
Like made of
would you
flirtatious innuendo sort of thing. Like she might have said something along those lines. I'm not quite sure, but usually if she's with him or, you know, alone with him, like he tends to be flirtatious in one way or another.
Okay. Why don't you tell us about that? So before Ms. Camiso described for you things that had happened between her and the governor after Charlotte Bennett's accusations became public, what did you understand about the way the governor treated Ms. Camiso?
Beforehand, what did I understand? I understood that I knew they had a very like friendly relationship. You know, he definitely felt comfortable around her, probably more so than me. Like I said, I really didn't really engage, but I was like, I'm like I said, I'm not as outgoing as she is, which probably made him feel more comfortable around her. So I knew that they had a very playful relationship. Like he felt comfortable like saying things to her and in front of her and whatnot. So as far as that goes, like I knew that they had that kind of relationship where it obviously wasn't like that with his other executive assistants.
And did Ms. Camiso tell you anything about her reaction to how the governor was engaging with her? And this is all prior to Ms. Bennett's allegations.
As far as like how she reacted to him being flirtatious?
Yes.
Like she would say like, I can't believe he did this, or like he's wild, or like, can you believe him? Like just more like, I can't believe the governor just said that to me, sort of thing.
And there are, you told us about the tour of the executive mansion. Did the governor ever give you a one-on-one tour of the executive mansion?
No. No.
To your knowledge, has the governor given any of the other executive assistants a one-on-one tour of the executive mansion?
No.
Did Ms. Camiso tell you about an interaction she had involving Governor Cuomo at John Maggiore's birthday party?
Yes, I was supposed to go to that and I couldn't last minute.
And what did she tell you occurred at that event?
That he drove his like one of his like cars there. I think it was like maybe a convertible. Melissa and Stephanie were with him, but he started talking to Brittany, and I believe John Maggiore was next to her, and said something along the lines of like that he wanted Brittany to work for him, like basically like steal her from John or something along those lines.
And that was in real time. Ms. Camiso told you that around the time that happened?
Yes. Yes. Yep.
And did you have a reaction?
I was like, oh my God. I was like, I can't believe he said that. I'm like, just kind of like laughing at it, because I was like, I was shocked that he would say that in front of John Maggiore.
And did Ms. Camiso tell you how it made her feel?
She was embarrassed, like uncomfortable, embarrassed. Like didn't really know how to respond to it. She was surprised that that actually came out of his mouth.
Do you remember an occasion on which Ms. Camiso sent you? Can we go off the record for 1 second?
Time is 5:55 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are now off the record. Time is currently 6:06 p.m. Eastern Time on June 2nd, 2021. We are back on the record. You may proceed.
Do you recall Ms. Camiso sending you via text message a picture of herself with the governor?
Yes.
Why don't you open what is tab 70 in your electronic binder?
Sure. Tab 70. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting there.
Sorry, which tab did you say?
70.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Is this the text message in which Ms. Camiso shared with you a picture she had taken with Governor Andrew Cuomo?
Yes.
And she shared the picture and you wrote, where is my pic? I'm officially jealous. Why were you officially jealous?
I felt like I needed to say that considering she was with him and he wanted, he asked that it be sent to me. So she sent that in real time to me. So I felt like I could be like, not rude.
How did you know that he had asked that she send you this picture?
I knew after the fact when she called me.
Okay.
And
so
then
you wrote the I'm
another-
officially
I feel like it
jealous
was in it.
before that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, yep. And then I feel like in a text she wrote again saying, reiterating that that he like said to her to make sure that she doesn't share it and I don't share it.
Okay. Just focusing on the text from December 31st.
Mhm.
So recognizing that she told you after the fact that he had asked her to send it. Do you remember why you said I'm officially jealous?
Just because she had a picture with him. I just wrote that in response to her thing. Like I knew she was with him. So that's just like how we talk.
Were you actually jealous of Miss Camiso being alone with the governor?
No.
And then you wrote, I need to be photoshopped in to the right of him with some sort of emoji. What did you mean by that?
Because we've had the pictures that we've had with him before. It's like always like the three of us.
And then you wrote, love this so much. What did you mean by that?
Like great picture kind of thing.
Around the time this picture was taken,
Mhm.
what did Miss Camiso tell you about how this picture came to be?
So she called me after when she left the mansion that he asked to take a selfie with her and send it to me. That she said she took multiple, like takes because she was like shaking because she was so nervous to take the selfie with him. But I reacted in that way because I knew she was sitting right next to him. Because I knew she was still
And-
there at that time.
So when Miss Camiso called you to describe to you taking the photo, you understood she was with the governor.
Oh, I already knew she was with the governor. I already knew she was at the mansion. I don't know if I usually always know, and she always knows vice versa, because it's either like one of us being called or we're put on notice saying like Alyssa, can you go in? Brittany, can you go in? So we try to like coordinate, or unless they like specifically say who needs to go in. So we're always like both aware of who's there, because it's usually one of us. So if it's not me, it's her, and vice versa. And we always like talk beforehand. We talk multiple times a day. So after, when she called me about it, she told me how she really felt about the picture. And we were able to like actually talk about it, but I knew she was still with him when she sent me that.
Okay, so when she sent you the picture, she was with him, but when you had the phone conversation, she was not with him.
Correct.
Okay. And during the phone conversation, what else did she tell you about how she felt about taking I guess it's a selfie with the governor?
She said she felt like extremely uncomfortable, extremely nervous. She said she was shaking, and that's why she had to take multiple pictures, because they kept on coming out blurry. And she just was super uncomfortable in that situation.
What did you say to her in that conversation?
I said to her, like, I'm really shocked that he would have you take a selfie and send it to me. It's a little, I don't know. I feel like I was a little surprised by that, because everything is so secretive. And for him to like take a selfie with her and send it to me on my personal phone, there has to be some level of trust that he has with her and I, which in a roundabout way was like somewhat flattering that like he trusted us, because like that has a lot to do with like working in politics. They have to have like a level of trust for you to like work there. So in the work sense, I'd like to think that he can trust us, but obviously in the sense that it was actually used, it's not ideal. But the fact that he was able to, I felt like he was able to trust us, which he trusts very, very little people.
Let's look at what's behind tab 71, and we'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
So this is another text message chain between you and Ms. Camiso. This is from January 4th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
The one we were looking at before was from December 31st, 2019. And in this text message, Ms. Camiso says, he brought up the selfie and definitely only supposed to stay between you and me. I'm glad I didn't show it to Majori. Who did you understand Ms. Camiso to be referring to when she said he brought up the selfie?
The governor.
Had she told you before January 4th not to share the selfie that she took with Governor Cuomo with anyone else?
Yes.
And when did she tell you that?
In the conversation that we had directly after she left, that was part of the conversation. She like said that he, specifically said like, please, like, don't share it with anyone. We can't share it with anybody. Or tell anyone.
And in that conversation, did it surprise you that the governor had said the photo couldn't be shared with anyone?
No.
And why not?
Because of the level of secrecy that they instill in all of us.
And then you wrote, I would never show anyone, promise. Is that why you wrote, I would never show anyone, promise?
Yes, because like I said, they would know it was us. That's why we never said anything to anyone else. That's why I've always confided in Brittany and no one else. So, and I never did show anyone that picture to this day. Well, obviously you guys, but
And you can go ahead and put aside those photographs. Did you ever notice a change in the way the governor interacted with Ms. Camiso?
change. I noticed that she was being called for dictation more often. Because she really hadn't been doing it as much initially. Like I said, I started getting pulled in December 2018. She started getting pulled in November 2019. So I did see like an increase in her being pulled for like one-on-one like dictation and that sort of thing. And I was being pulled more so for working in the front office.
Were you ever alone with the governor?
Yes.
Were you ever uncomfortable being alone with the governor?
Yes.
And when were you uncomfortable being alone with him?
Just he makes you feel uncomfortable. The way he like looks at you, you feel like, I don't know, he just looks at you funny. Like he just looks at you as if he's like looking not just like at your face. Like, I don't know, you just feel like he's looking at you maybe in a sexual manner, but you're not sure, like, I don't know, you just feel different the way he looks at you compared to like if you were just talking to someone else who's a male figure in the office.
Did you ever express to anyone that you felt uncomfortable being alone with the governor?
No.
You said that there were occasions, you seem to notice that Ms. Camiso was doing more dictations. Were there occasions in which you understood that Ms. Benton had requested, or Ms. Benton or Ms. Walsh had specifically requested Ms. Camiso to work a weekend or a holiday?
Yes.
Why don't we look at what's behind tab 72 in your binder, and we'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is another text message between you and Ms. Camiso. Can you tell us what you remember about this text message chain?
So we had all been working like a lot lately, and Brittany got asked to work with Annabelle, by Annabelle, to work again the next day. And she like felt like she couldn't because, I mean, and she already had put on a lot of hours. So she asked me to basically help her and like make her feel like it's okay to say no, because they would put so much pressure on us where we didn't feel like we could say no. It was like they put this like guilt trip on you, and you felt like you couldn't say no to like anything, even if it was like super inconvenient. You felt like you had to do it, such as like working crazy hours, that you just couldn't say no to it. And when you do say no, which is like very rare, but like in this occasion, he did, and you just have this level of guilt from saying it, which she was experiencing. And so she kind of like confided in me to like make her feel better about saying no. And like I, fair and tracer will even. Yeah, so I said, like, I like pointed out that we were available. Like, there's no reason for her to feel bad. It's not like other people weren't available to assist. And so she told Annabelle that, and oddly enough, they didn't have anyone come in at all. So it was just, it's odd that, they wouldn't have someone else come in for her place to do whatever she needed to do. If Brittany couldn't come, they just didn't have anyone come.
So your understanding is they asked Ms. Camiso to come in. She struggled with whether to say yes or no. She ultimately said no, and they didn't ask anyone else to come in.
Correct.
Okay. Let's look at another text message between you and Ms. Camiso at tab 75, and we'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Okay.
This is a text message between you and Ms. Camiso from April 18th, 2020. Can you tell us what you remember about this text message?
Yeah, so Brittany's office, John Majori's office, so they were working from home and they were never asked to return to work. They just had them stay at home because, like I said, we took over room 229, which is where they were. So it was just, at the time, it was just me, Charlie Bennett, and who were just in the front office. Brittany was at home for a while and she was getting really antsy to come back. She was like getting really upset, like, why aren't they asking me to come back? And her and I were like kind of getting into it. She was like, why aren't you telling, like, why didn't you ask Stephanie, like, why you can't come back? And she would email Stephanie and Stephanie wouldn't respond. So she was getting a little upset by that. So I believe she covered press office. And so a lot of times the governor, when he comes in, he goes through the press office to get to his office. And so he saw her when he passed through and said that to her. And she shared that with me.
And the reference to exit plan, what is that?
I used ceremony to make me to come back. Anywhere. She might have said that to me so I could leave, about me leaving.
Is this around the time you were looking to go to the State Department?
No, I was just working, I was working pretty much either 7 days a week or 6 days a week for months. So maybe I think she might be referring to that.
You can go ahead and put that aside. Is there, before Ms. Bennett's public allegations against the governor, is there anything else you remember Ms. Camiso telling you about her interactions with the governor?
Before. She would just tell me about certain, just situations. It unfortunately became very normal. His behavior became very normalized. not that it was acceptable, not that we didn't feel uncomfortable. It just became, he just made it just like a part of every day. So a lot of the stuff doesn't like fully stick out to me because it's a bunch, like we've had a bunch of conversations with him, a bunch of interactions with him. She's told me a bunch of stuff, and it just, a lot of it like doesn't really stick out as much as it should because of how normalized his behavior, he made his behavior.
And when you say his behavior, what kind of behavior are you talking about? That was normalized.
Flirtatious banter, his inappropriate comments, you know, that sort of thing. Comments that you wouldn't think a boss would have with you.
So let's now move to February of this year. Okay. So tell us about the first time Ms. Commisso tells you more information about her interactions with the governor.
So it was the day after Charlotte came out. Like I said, I went over to her house. It was Sunday, and my kids had a play date. So we were sitting at her kitchen table chatting, and we couldn't believe that. Actually, I found out that Charlotte was coming out on that Friday before. Called me at like close to midnight on that Friday and said I couldn't tell anybody, but Charlotte maybe be playing a key role in this whole thing. And she's like, I can't tell you like who I heard it from. She's like, but I just like wanted to give you like a heads up because we did work with her. It was like the four of us for like months on end. And she was like, just maybe like someone may talk to you, maybe just start jogging your memory about, you know, things Charlotte said, situations with Charlotte. There was a situation where Charlotte came back crying, and it was and I in the room. That's it. So she just kind of like briefly talked about that with me, like what I remember about the situation. So back to the sitting at her kitchen table, we talked about the situation and what Charlotte was accusing the governor of, and like we weren't surprised by it because we both knew that Charlotte also had a very friendly like relationship with him, like informal relationship, just by some of the things she would say. And she wouldn't come out and say a lot, and like we've never told her anything beforehand, and she never really told us anything. She would just like make comments like, oh, you know, he saw my Instagram, or, you know, he like came up behind me one day when I was on the computer looking at like a YouTube video, asking me about it, or asking about her dad's motorcycle, just very like friendly, a little more friendly than normal conversation. So I had a feeling that his relationship was similar. I didn't know to the extent, I wasn't going to ask, and she wasn't going to tell us either. So we did talk about that. And then she was like very antsy and like nervous, like very anxious, like kind of like pacing, like up and sitting up, like getting up and down from her seat, very like uncomfortable, nervous kind of behavior. And I asked her if someone approached us, like, would you tell like what happened? And like, would you tell like about like certain situations and experiences? And she's like, I don't know. And she's like, I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do. And she's like, unless like I, had to, like, she's like, obviously I'm not going to lie if I'm asked, but she was like very uncomfortable by that idea that she may have to disclose what happened. And I didn't know the extent of it. So I asked her, if anything more happened to her than, all the banter that I'm aware of, and or the grabs of the waist kind of thing. And she said yes. And I asked her to show me by standing up and showing what he has done to her. And so she grabbed me by the waist and pulled me in. I was I wanted to know how he hugged her. So she showed me all of that stuff because I was just trying to understand what she was so upset about. So I asked her to basically show me on me of what he did to her. And then she disclosed that he would often, grab her butt when they were at the mansion or even not at the mansion. And she said one time that one of the mansion staff saw, but she didn't know, she didn't say who it was. So she didn't, obviously it was someone who we don't know, because we do know. And so those are two staff people that we know very well. So this was someone who, I don't know, was in the kitchen or something along those lines, but she said that she believed that they saw him grab her possibly inappropriately. So I was definitely a little taken back by it. I wasn't aware that that was going on to that extent. And then I asked her if there was anything else, and she was so pale, and she wouldn't say anything more. And by her behavior, I knew there was something more that she couldn't disclose at that time. So she was just very, very upset for the rest of the day. Really didn't know what to do.
When you say she demonstrated for you how the governor hugged her, can you describe for us what she showed you about how the governor had been hugging her?
It would be a longer hug than normal, and it would be a tighter one. Definitely way more intimate. Trying to put his body close to hers, and she would intentionally stick her butt out to prevent at least that part from touching. But she would always she would be super uncomfortable by it. But she didn't know what to do. And being in the situation of just that kind of banter, me not knowing what to do in that sense, I can't imagine her being in that situation. I don't blame her for not even telling me, because and that really takes a toll on someone. And it's hard, if she admitted that out loud, she didn't want to discredit herself. She wanted to believe that she was there and being called for dictation because she was doing well with her job, and not because of her looks or because the governor just looked at her as an object. So that's a really hard thing to say out loud, and to say even to me, because she didn't want to believe that to be true. And it's really embarrassing, obviously.
Had Miss Camiso ever discussed with you whether she was having a consensual sexual relationship with the governor?
No, I absolutely 100% do not believe that.
Have you ever heard someone suggest that Miss Camiso was having a consensual sexual relationship with the governor?
Those are the rumors going around now. And I heard that he may be trying to make it sound like that. So it, as long as it's consensual, that he may be able to get out of it, weasel his way out of it. But that's that's now that you hear those rumors about her, and that there's consensual relationship. I guess her ex-husband is putting out that rumor. He's convinced. He didn't know anything though. It's not she disclosed any of the banter to him. He didn't know. My ex doesn't know anything. I had never disclosed anything to him. No banter, no nothing. So did not know anything. he's just, he's just not happy that she left. So he's very revengeful in that sense.
Has Ms. Camiso told you that she did not have a consensual sexual relationship with the governor?
Yes, multiple occasions. And I am so involved in her everyday life. From like to talking to her like morning, noon, night, I would have known if something was going on, and she wasn't around the governor enough for there to ever be a consensual sexual relationship or any relationship of that sense. I mean, there were months on end where she wasn't even in the office or around him during the pandemic. I mean, for most of the pandemic, she wasn't in. So, I mean, for someone to have a relationship with someone and not see someone for months, I mean, I don't know how you carry on a consensual relationship if that's the case.
So after this occasion on the Sunday when Ms. Camiso tells you that the governor has touched her butt and has hugged her in an intimate way, what happens next?
So we eventually like stopped talking about it 'cause she's noticeably upset. She has like tears in her eyes. And it's my birthday. We celebrate my birthday the following weekend. And we're obviously like, and so we're out. It's me, Brittany, Camiso, and join as well. Lauren Grasso is there and is also there, and another friend who outside of work is there. And obviously, we're all having drinks, and I think the Charlotte thing came up. And Brittany like disappeared in the bathroom for like a good 20 minutes and everyone can like tell like at the table that there was something she was hiding or something she was like noticeably upset about. And I know she touched on it in the bathroom and like, said like, we'll support you with whatever, like we have your back, like whatever you need to do, we're here for you, that sort of thing. And then the next day, Brittany went over to the house with and her boyfriend, Brittany's boyfriend, and but obviously her boyfriend were there, and they had breakfast and kind of talked, like didn't go into like detail, but talked about like what's going to happen, like what's going on with this whole thing at the time on that Sunday. So I just met up with her because I had something of hers or her boyfriend's that I met up with them, and then they were on their way to. And then I didn't hear from her for the rest of the afternoon. And she called me that night and said, I'm so sorry, like that you haven't heard from me. I've spent like all the rest of the day with an attorney. And she's like, I ended up feeling like I needed counsel. And she said that something more had happened. She wants to tell me so bad, but she can't. Like she was advised not to. And, when it got out, like she, wants to talk to me about it, but like she's like crying and really like upset about it and really like distraught and just really in like a bad place. So then the article came out, the first article about her, and I actually notified her about it before she even saw it. Apparently it got leaked or some sort of thing. Like she doesn't know how it got out. She didn't know if like the chamber leaked it, just like to get ahead of it. She was very upset about it. And then she finally, like, obviously the article came out about the groping thing. And then she talked to me about it in depth. Because I was like, obviously, like, this is true. And she said yes.
So let's let's go back through that a little more in more detail.
Mhm.
So between the time she's at your house for the play date on the Sunday
I was
and
at her
your
house.
birthday, sorry, at her house and your birthday dinner, did you have any communications with her about the allegations against the governor?
So we didn't have a ton of communication that week. She spent a lot of time with her attorney. She wanted to talk to me, and we would like talk very general things. She like obviously couldn't get into full detail, and I understood I wasn't putting pressure on her for that. Like obviously, like we talked about the things that we already had discussed, but as far as like the actual groping, I did not know about it until the article came out.
Okay, so just dial back. So I'm talking about, she tells you that on a Sunday that the governor has grabbed her butt and has hugged her intimately. And then between then and the dinner, where she disappears for 20 minutes between those two things, did you talk at all about her interactions with the governor?
Like during the week, yes. So like that happened on Sunday, and then the following Saturday was my birthday dinner. So we had a week.
Right. And in that week, right, before your dinner, and then after the dinner, she goes and meets a lawyer. What are you talking about in that week?
Talking about like basically what she's gonna do. She's like anxious the entire week about like being afraid to, and all I know obviously is the butt grabbing and like the like kind of like the inappropriate touching as far as that goes. She was just really upset all week. So she would like talk to me about like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't lie. Like, what if they like, what if we're like interview? Because I think we were hearing at that point in time that there might be an investigation starting or possibly one. So she was really, really upset about the whole thing. And like, everything is instilled, like secrecy is instilled in us. So she's freaking out internally on how like what's going to happen to her, what's going to happen to her career, how is like she's the like retaliation, like just everything's going through her mind, and I'm just trying to like talk her off the ledge like the entire week.
And during that week, do you remember the governor giving a press conference about the allegations of sexual harassment against him?
Yes.
And do you remember discussing that with Ms. Caniso?
I do. Yes.
And tell us about what you discussed with her about that press conference.
So at the time I was in office, so I was on the other side at that time, and she was in 229 with, I don't know if were in there, they could have been, I'm not 100% sure, they might have been in the city. But we were texting as like the press conference was going on, and I couldn't believe that he was just blatantly lying on like to his press conference on like pretty much national TV so easily. And I felt for her, especially because I knew she wasn't lying about even what she told me thus far. So it was like really, really tough to hear. Really, really tough to hear without wanting to just, I don't know. I wanted to like scream for her. Like I just felt so bad that someone who does something like this can just feel like they can lie their way out of the situation. And he's the one who put her in it. So I like caught myself shaking my head watching it. And I know it was like been very quiet about the whole thing. He mentioned that I can't believe he's talking, like he's outwardly talking about this, like not a good, like it's not a smart move. And then like this another chamber employee like stopped by like my office and like was just shaking her head. Like I just like everyone was just like in disbelief that he was just outwardly saying like definitely like I did not. What'd she say?
You got broken up.
Oh,
She
sorry.
said disbelief. People were in disbelief that the governor
Yes.
was outwardly saying he had, finish your sentence,
That he had never touched anybody or done anything inappropriately, that he was indefinitely saying that, not saying like, let's wait for, you know, the outcome. Like, I don't want to discuss it, like something like that, where it's not like a definite no. Like he was like very confident in his statement. And a lot of people, pretty much everyone I saw, all of the chamber employees were just in shock about the whole thing, and it created a very like quiet, it just like the whole vibe of the chamber changed after that. Everyone was really quiet, everyone kept to themselves, no one talked because it was like a huge elephant in the room. Everyone knew that that was not true, like everyone knows that's not true, but no one can outwardly say it, obviously. And then so Brittany became really upset by it, as she should. And I think it was either or both of them approached her about it, and then she disclosed that. And then obviously they felt the need to report it. They had to report it. And that's how.
So just slow down for a little bit for a sec. So let's open tab 80.
Mhm. Okay.
And this is a text chain on March 3rd, 2021 between you and Ms. Camiso. Is this the text message chain while you were watching the governor's press conference?
Yes. And then we spoke on the phone too.
And then it says, just came by, who's
She, I think she was more like involved in, I don't know, ready or legislative affairs, that kind of thing. But she's the one who stopped by and like just.
what's her last name? And then there's Brittany, at some point, you say she shook her head and was like, oh no, and walk away laughing out loud. And there's some little image there. Do you know what that is?
I'd have to look back. I would have to look back to see what it was.
Okay.
And
then
I might have found a version that has the image. I think it's a joke GIF, but I'll send it along.
Okay.
It might be about a Xanax.
Something like that.
Okay.
It might be what?
About like I needed Xanax.
Okay.
And then you say, I don't know whether to be impressed or applaud at how well and easy people lie these days. It's a true skill. Are you referring to the governor lying during his press conference?
Yes, correct.
And lying about whether he ever inappropriately touched anyone. Is that right?
Yes. Or done anything.
At this point, and because at this point you knew he had at least touched Miss Camiso's butt and had inappropriately hugged her. Is that right?
Yes, and I did know that he did something more that she could not disclose.
And you said there were other people who in the executive chamber who were reacting in a similar way, meaning they thought the governor was not telling the truth. Who were those people, and what did you understand their basis for believing the governor was not telling the truth was?
Just everyone's reaction. Like they weren't outwardly saying like he's lying. Like I mean, you can't say that when you're in the executive chamber, but everyone's just, everyone just shut down after. People were still shaking their head after the press conference was done. Like, I can't believe he said that, or I can't believe he came out and said that. Like, having a press conference right now is probably not the smartest thing. Like, saying things indirectly like that without coming out and fully saying like he is lying.
And then you said after the press conference, at some point you came to understand that Ms. Camiso had disclosed to me and more details of her interactions with the governor. How did you come to understand that?
Brittany told me, because she just like literally couldn't handle, she couldn't control her emotions watching that. She like broke down. So obviously like they wanted to, console her and make sure she was okay. And they obviously knew that whatever she was like going through obviously was relevant to what the governor was saying. She just broke down. So, and we're all like very friendly, obviously, Brittany and I. So they, of course, went to her rescue and basically see like what's wrong. And she disclosed it.
Were you present for that conversation?
No, I was on the other side in office.
Okay. So you don't know exactly what Ms. Camiso disclosed on the day of the governor's press conference, right?
All I know is that she told them about the groping because they had to disclose that to a senior staff member. They had to report it.
And how did you come to understand that she told them about the groping on the day of the governor's press conference?
I didn't know that on the day. I found that out after the fact. She told me.
Okay. And when did she tell you that?
When the article came out.
Okay.
First article.
And when the article came out in the Times Union, take us through exactly what she said to you.
So the article came out. I think I was just getting back from something, and I don't know if I was looking at the news. I don't know how I came across it, but I sent it to her in a text, and she called me right away. And she's like, couldn't believe that was out there. And we really didn't talk a lot right then and there. She like had to call her attorney and just like, but she was like really upset by it. Really nervous, started to cry. And I, gave her space. I knew she had a lot of, she had talked to her attorney and stuff. I gave her space and let her, make her phone calls and, because obviously I was the one who disclosed that to her. She didn't even see it yet. And I spoke to her, I want to say it was that night. I got on the phone with her and I talked through it, and she finally like told me exactly like what happened. And I did on the phone call earlier that day, right when she called me after I sent it to her, I asked her, I was like, obviously, I'm assuming this is true. And she goes, yes, it is. And I go, this is what you couldn't tell me when you said there was something more. And she said, yes, that all of it's true. And I was like, how did it get out? And then that's what she told me, I think she either said, I'll talk to you later. Oh, sorry. She either said, I'll talk to you later, or she either disclosed, I'm not 100% sure, but that's when she told me about the thing, because that's how, other people found out about the groping incident without her like coming out to the media, because she did not come out to the media.
Okay. So in this conversation, after the Times Union article comes out, Ms. Camiso tells you what's in the article is true, that she had disclosed it to, and that Ms. Camiso understood that and had disclosed what Ms. Camiso said to someone senior in the executive chamber staff. Mm-hmm. So I got it right?
Yes.
Okay. Did
I
Ms.
think they
Camiso
told
tell
Beth.
you? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I believe they told Beth.
You're
Maybe
breaking
either
up.
Beth or Jill. Let me try another connection. Hold on one second.
If that doesn't work, Council, would you like to go off the record while she's...
Let's go off the record, yeah.
Time is 6:56 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are now off the record. Time is now 7:07 p.m. Eastern Time on June 2nd, 2021. We are back on the record. You may proceed.
To whom did you understand and had reported what they heard from Ms. Camiso about her interactions with the governor?
I believe they reported to Beth Garvey.
Anyone else?
Not that I'm aware of, unless Beth shared it with others.
And other than your conversation with Ms. Camiso after the Times Union article containing her allegations came out, have you spoken with Ms. Camiso about her allegations against the governor?
You're saying at like recently?
Yeah, so the Times Union article comes out, you have a conversation after that evening where she confirms for you that what's in the article is true and goes through the details with you. After that, have you and she talked about her experiences with the governor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any additional information that Ms. Camiso conveyed to you about her experiences with the governor after that evening conversation?
She just like kind of just continued walking, like she would just walk through it again with me several times, I think, just to get it off the chest. And like she like walked through the, she just like walked through, she would just like walk through it with me every now and then, like, or like tell me about a rumor that's going around and how upset she is by it. There's been like multiple rumors going around. I believe like Beth Garvey confronted Lauren Grosso in the hallway not too long ago saying, oh, I heard, is it true that Brittany and, which is her ex, are trying to work things out? And I mean, that's and like completely inappropriate and none of her business. So it's just like there's things like that going around. There's things about her character going around. I see that there's like I feel like they're doing a smear campaign against her, just like they did with Lindsay, and it's very obvious. If you could not move, I think that will help. So you said you think there is a smear campaign by the executive chamber happening against Camiso. Do you have any actual knowledge of members of the senior staff of the executive chamber communicating in a negative way about Ms. Camiso? Yeah, so the incidents where, you know, her, Beth Garvey asking Lauren in the hallway, Lauren actually told us that directly, because she was surprised that that would even be a question she would ask. And then Brittany called me really upset one night because her boyfriend, who works at a lobbying firm, was out having a few drinks with friends, and these gentlemen were from another lobbying firm who are friends with Beth Garvey, and they were completely slandering Brittany's name and like image, saying that like she had an affair with him, it was consensual, and she's lying, and just all these like awful things. And they said that they heard it directly from Beth because they're friends with her, and obviously her boyfriend was like, none of that is true. So it's there's definitely talk about her that comes directly from, Beth or other members of the chamber, and it's not lower level. It's all like the higher ups. It's like the Beth Garvey, the Melissa, the Stephanie, and I mean, I don't know if Rich has said anything, but that wouldn't be surprised me. But it's like that group, because the amount of support that I have received and Brittany has received from everyone else in the chamber has been unbelievable. Like, we've had people come up to us, deputy secretaries, people who've been there for forever, saying that they're so proud of us. They fist pump us. They say, like, we're so glad that you're sticking up for yourself, that we, like, basically, like, they knew it all along. And, it's about time that, this comes out, and it's been going on for years. And just the outpour of support from people that we would never even imagine has been, like, incredible.
Has the senior staff of the executive chamber done anything to support you?
To support me in what sense?
So you went public with your allegations of the governor, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And why did you decide to go public?
Because, I'm so used to, they create this atmosphere where you're supposed to be afraid of them. And what you do and don't do is out of fear, out of secrecy. And especially after, hearing his press conference and everything, I was tired of living my life fearful of what they would do to retaliate against me. And I think that what he's doing is wrong. And I don't think I need to be quiet about it anymore, especially when someone is, like, outwardly lying like that.
And so after let's just mark as an exhibit. Suji, what tab is the New York Times article?
Sorry, I think it's tab 45.
All right, let's look at in your electronic finder, tab 45. We'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Okay. You said 45.
Yep. This is a New York Times article from March 19, 2021 by Jesse McKinley. You spoke to this reporter, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is there anything that is reported in this article about you that is not accurate?
No.
After this article came out, did anyone in the senior staff come speak to you about the article?
No.
Did anyone in the senior staff after this article came out tell you that you had a right to report your allegations to the governor's Office of Employee Relations if you wanted to?
Not to me directly. I believe Marianne received some communication from Beth Garvey.
Okay. Let's put that aside for a second. Did anyone in the executive chamber staff tell you you were protected from retaliation after you came out with your allegations?
Not to me directly.
Did anyone in the executive chamber staff do anything that you viewed as supportive of you after these allegations come out? The senior staff, I should say.
Not the senior staff, no.
Okay. Why don't you look at what's in your binders as tab 61 and 62. I think I have those wrong. Hold on a second.
Okay. I've just noticed that the senior staff is just stays away from us. Like it's just
Is what?
doesn't acknowledge us. Like they stay away from us. They keep their distance, stay away, that kind of thing. It's like almost like we're not really there anymore. It's actually tab 31. I apologize for mixing that up. 31? Yep. Okay. With that, tab 31 is a complaint form filled out by Beth Garvey to the Governor's Office of Employee Relations that is on your behalf. How did you become aware that this had happened? I wasn't aware. So this is the first time anyone has told you that Beth Garvey filled out a complaint form with the Governor's Office of Employee Relations on your behalf. Correct. I've never seen it before. You were talking about how your experience in the executive chamber has changed since the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor have become public. Can you tell us what changes you've experienced? Not having as much to do. I feel like my responsibilities have really significantly lessened. You know, I am still, like I said, like they sent out in 3 months in advance Saturday coverage. So I am obviously still signed up to cover the governor's phones, and they can't like do anything about that. So
I'm sorry, you're what?
I still cover like the governor's phones.
Bones?
Phones, yeah.
Phones.
On Saturdays, yeah. Because I signed up in advance. I signed up for every other Saturday until I think next week. So I have been in that situation where they can use me if need be, and they have before, but I haven't gotten like any requests to like help with assisting like Melissa on a call. Like I used to do that on Saturdays when I was there because I was in the office, so it's easier to do things and connect people then and there. So like call and I would, you know, organize it for them or send out the meeting invite, or Melissa would send me something to like format or something along those lines. But Melissa actually took away my calendar access to her calendar. So I'm no longer able to access her calendar, or who else's calendar did I have? She definitely took it away. And the governor has called when I was on Saturday coverage, or just like Brittany had to. There was one time that could not be there towards the end of the day, and Brittany was like very nervous to be alone in there, but she had to go do something. And so obviously the only other person who, you know, handles the governor's stuff or Melissa's stuff is me, who was actually in. So they had no other choice, and it's not like they asked anyone, but they had me like look over the governor's phones, Melissa's phones, for when Brittany was gone. And it's been obviously like very quiet, so you know that weren't in. And of course he calls, well, like the second Brittany left. So that was like maybe the third time I talked to him on the phone since all of this happened. And he just very like condescending tone. He like, you know, make sure he asks who he's talking to. So you say your name, and then he's like, "Oh, Alyssa, how are you today? Like, how are you doing?" Like just very like trying to make you feel uncomfortable, because like the way he speaks to me now as opposed to like the way he spoke to me beforehand are very, very different. And like Brittany told me about one, because I was like, oh my God, I spoke to him on the phone.
I'm sorry,
It was very
what?
uncomfortable. I said, I told Brittany about like the first time that he called when I was on Saturday coverage, that I was like very uncomfortable. It was such a like awkward exchange, and he made me feel uncomfortable. And Brittany was like, oh my gosh, like I don't know, like I hope like that doesn't happen to me. And she did actually pick up, like not even thinking when it said anonymous, because sometimes that's him. And it was him, and he did the exact same intro as he did with me, except whereas I don't say, how are you back? Like, how are you? I just say like, good, what can I help you with? So it like cuts off the conversation, and she just, out of habit says, how are you? And then he goes, I'm great. The sun is shining and the birds are chirping. So just like weird behavior. Like making you feel uncomfortable intentionally to both of us at any time that we've spoken to him since.
Did your desk location change after the allegations against the governor became public?
No, I was already on the other side before, like right before.
Has the governor ever communicated with members of the executive chamber staff about the allegations? So not a press conference, but with the staff.
I'm sure he has, but I'm not aware. Like he's literally is never in anymore. Ever since the allegations, he's been in the mansion or traveling. He never comes to the office. Maybe he's come like twice or three times to do like a press conference, but that's it. He doesn't come in.
Are you aware, or do you have any knowledge of members of the executive chamber staff trying to prepare a letter in support of the governor after Ms. Boylan's allegations became public?
I did hear about that. I don't remember how, but I did hear about that. It was like supposedly going around for, but I did not like see the letter. I just heard about it.
Other than hearing that there was a letter, do you remember anything else you were told about it?
No.
Did anyone tell you what the contents of the letter were?
As far as my understanding was, it was basically to discredit her in her claim, and like kind of like going along with the whole smear campaign thing. But again, I did not read it, so I can't like fully say. That was just my understanding of what it said.
Is that understanding from the press, or do you remember someone telling you about the letter and its contents?
There was definitely talk about it, because obviously the press team and all of us, like we have like, there's younger girls on there, so like there are like, we do intermix, so we do hear from like through the grapevine of different things that trickle down to us.
Can you remember anyone specifically who talked to you about the letter that was, to your understanding, the content was designed to discredit Ms. Boylan?
It had to be one of the girls in the front office when I go over and visit, because no one else would, I don't think, know about that out of the executive assistants, at least.
Are you aware of any efforts by the executive chamber senior staff to discredit you?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I don't, like I said, they completely avoid us. What happened? Oh, in one instance, we saw her in the hallway. She no longer works there because a bunch of people actually left right after it happened. To now, so many people left. They saw it as like their way out, because a lot of them can't leave. So they knew that now's a good time to leave, because they obviously can't stop them given the position that they're in. They all kind of took advantage and jumped ship, either because they were upset about what was happening, and a lot of people say it was a sinking ship, or because, you know, they've been wanting to get out for a long time. So did say that she had to defend us, saying that that we were like making it up. Like someone in her office was saying that they heard that we were making it up, and then that someone from, you know, press office or Cuomo's, like the higher ups, were trying to explore Brittany's like past by contacting Albany County. So she told us about that someone was they reached out to Albany County to try to get dirt off of her, like dirt of her, but like obviously they weren't able to get anything.
And what is the relevance of Albany County to Ms. Camiso?
She worked for Albany County for a very long time.
And you said some people are using this as an opportunity to leave because that has been difficult in the past. And I know you mentioned very early on that you had an opportunity to leave the executive chamber staff and that you could not. Can you tell us now about that experience?
Sure. So my first opportunity to leave was when my principal, we had a really good relationship and worked really well together. And I mean, we weren't together a lot since I was pulled up front for most of the time, but he was like kind of like just wanted to take me under his wing. He knew I wanted to do more than just be an assistant, and he thought that would be a great opportunity to go with him over there as his executive assistant to begin with, and then possibly find like new opportunities and, you know, explore different ideas of, you know, what I can do, where I can go from there. And so he talked to the Secretary of State, saying that he would like to bring his current assistant over with him. And I reached out to her, as I was advised by to do. And we set up a time the next time she was in Albany, and I went over to DOS and I had like an interview with her. I had sent her my resume. We had a great conversation. We communicated back and forth, and said that like I was able to go, but now we just would need to get Chamber's approval. So like I gave my resume I had to give my resume to Lauren, and then Lauren would convey it to Jill, who would essentially have to give approval for someone to like leave. And I was told by Lauren that Jill said no, that I was not allowed to leave because I help the governor so much. So I wasn't able to leave. So then I was like really upset about it. So they gave me the position with and a raise.
And if you look at your electronic binder at tabs 61 and 62, which will mark as the next two exhibits.
Okay.
Are 61 and 62 the emails that reflect you setting up the interviews with the State Department?
Yeah. Yep.
And then you're thanking the State Department for the interview?
Yeah. The Secretary of State I met with directly.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I met directly with the Secretary of State, so I was thanking her directly.
And you said that you came to understand that Ms. Derosier had said you could not leave for the State Department. Do you understand that that's exactly what she said, or is it possible that she said they would just prefer if you stayed longer, and that was taken to mean you could not go?
No, I believe that she said that I could not leave because it's not an uncommon thing for them to deny your request because they have the power to do so. I've heard that before, and like, you know, drinking something similar, she ended up never leaving.
You've told us about experience. Is there anyone else that comes to mind that has told you that they wanted to leave the executive chamber but were not allowed to leave?
Yes. Other people like tried to leave, and she finally was successful in doing so. Who else tried to leave? Oh, has been trying to leave for quite some time now, has been unsuccessful in doing so. Who else? He only agreed to a year, and he was nervous that he would get stuck there as well. He ended up using his, like, going on leave, so he wasn't ever, like, he wouldn't be stuck there because he knows how it goes. Well, oh, like Danny Lever, Annabelle Walsh, everything was like really kept secret. They went to private. They went private and didn't like tell anyone where they were going until after, because they know that oftentimes like they would put a stop to it or call the employer and say that they're like, you can't hire them. So they're just known for interfering with employment if they want you to stay. It's easier, obviously, for them to stop you from going if you're like just going to another agency, like they can easily like stop that. So some people they have no other choice but to go private, even though they put all this time into, you know, the state and getting a, you know, pension, and they're forced to go private just so they can leave. But I have heard of them even contacting like private places.
What about any of the governor's security detail from the state troopers? Any of them ever told you that they couldn't leave or were prevented from leaving by the governor?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I can't remember his last name. He's been there for so long. The governor obviously trusts him a lot.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The governor trusts him like a lot. He's been the trooper for, I want to say like 30 years, like who sat outside the governor's office. I actually had to work the Saturday after the article came out. So that was like, I was a little nervous about that, but I went there, you know, showed up for the Saturday, my Saturday shift, and was on. Hold on, I just want to plug my computer in 1 second.
Do you want to go off the record, Council?
Yeah, let's go off the record.
Time is 7:35 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are now off the record.
I refrain from extra noise when
No.
I can't understand.
No. For the benefit of you, I would like for others not to type or tap loudly if they could avoid it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Time is 7:37 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are now back on the record. You may proceed.
Ms. McGrath, why don't you finish telling us about what you understood about the trooper whose first name is last name begins with why he, what he said to you after your article came out.
So I went into room 229. That's where we've been sitting for Saturday coverage. Normally we would sit in the governor's suite, but we're still not in there. So I sat down. You know, I didn't know how I was going to react, or anyone for that matter. And a couple of minutes after being there, came in and gave me like a fist bump and said that he's so proud of me. And he's so happy that I did that. And he's been like seeing, he had hoped that, this is a long time coming, he said, that he's seen like this behavior and, similar things happen like throughout the years. He's been there forever, that he tried to leave at one point and he got denied. But he's actually retiring soon, so he's happy about that. But he was just like, I'm so happy that this is finally coming to a head. It's a long time coming. I'm so proud of you. Like, we support you. Like, we believe you, that kind of stuff. So that was really nice to hear from him, because I wasn't sure how he was going to react, or I haven't seen anyone else at this point either, but I did get a ton of text messages too from people who currently work at the chamber or who left the chamber right after the article came out as well.
I want to shift now to talking not about your experience or Mrs. experience, but talking about some other women's experience in the executive chamber and with the governor. You mentioned earlier today that you do know who Charlotte Bennett is, and that at least on one occasion you saw her upset in the executive chamber. Can you tell us about that occasion?
Yes. So because we were working so much, we kind of like devised a plan where we like alternated coming in later or like took a random day off during the week, just so we weren't completely burned out. And so this is his turn to come in late. So I just had to have been a Thursday night. So it was a Thursday. I went in early at 8:00, along with, and Charlotte Bennett was there, but not physically in room 229. She was apparently with the governor at the time. She comes in back into 229 and like completely breaks down, starts crying. After like coming out of the governor's suite, like hysterically crying. And, we asked her, like, what's wrong? Is she okay? And apparently she said that she was with him to give him a briefing book or something along those lines. And the governor asked her, how do you think I'm doing? Asked her opinion. How do you think I'm doing so far? And she was honest with him. And it was during the time where Black Lives Matter protests were going on. And she truly felt that he should attend the one in New York City. There was a lot of talk about that, whether he should or shouldn't. And she truly believed that he should, and she expressed that to him. And Stephanie Bennett overheard. And so when she walked out, she asked her if she briefed the governor, and she said no. And she goes, and she obviously heard her talk overheard her talk without saying it. And she said, then what were you talking about? So Charlotte just mentioned it, and she got yelled at for that because she shared her opinion and was honest with the governor. And realistically, all Stephanie or Melissa wants us to do is just nod our head yes and say you're doing great, and never give our opinion when he actually asked. That we don't have that we're not on that level where we should express our opinions. And so she made Charlotte feel really bad about it. And so Charlotte came in the room crying and just felt very upset about the whole thing, that why would she get yelled at for answering a question honestly? And she just felt Stephanie made her feel stupid, and she was embarrassed. And so that's pretty much why she came in crying about the whole thing. And then shortly after, I don't know how long after, I want to say a few months. It wasn't that long after. That had to be like, that was in the summertime when that happened. Charlotte was missing for like long periods of time. And she said that she was going to see Jill. And we didn't really know why. And then shortly after that, she was moved out of our office to the unsecured side and now had a role in the health portfolio as an advisor, policy advisor. Like for us, it was completely a policy advisor for health.
Okay.
The information you just conveyed to me about Charlotte's interaction with the governor, that's what Charlotte conveyed to you after she came out of the governor's office?
Correct.
Okay. And let's look at tab 76 in your electronic binder. So this is a text message that begins on June 8th and continues into June 16th between you and Brittany Camiso, in which it says, Char is okay back in good graces. She traveled with him today and staffed him. Is that a reference to Charlotte Bennett?
Yes. After that incident where she came in crying and she was like so upset about the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay. And then it continues on the next day on June, not next day, but it continues on the next page on June 16th, where it says Char is now the health policy advisor. That is also about Charlotte Bennett?
Correct.
And it says, and that was the position I wanted. Who is?
Is another staff member, I think. And she worked in John Majori's office with Brittany, and she's in her 20s, and she really wanted to, like, you know, move on to a real position within the chamber. So she was trying to pursue that position.
I'm sorry.
She was trying to pursue that position as health policy advisor, which was known.
You can go ahead and put aside that exhibit. Other than the occasion you just described between Miss Bennett and the governor, do you have any personal knowledge of Miss Bennett's interactions with Governor Cuomo?
No, because she was based out in New York City. So she really wasn't around a lot. The only reason why she got stuck here and was around so much was because of the pandemic. No one could go back to New York City who was here at the time where like the shutdown started. So they were stuck here. And everyone who was in the city, who was in Albany, couldn't leave and go back to the city. So they were here for months on end in a hotel.
Did you ever hear the governor refer to Miss Bennett as Bun?
As fun?
Bun, B-U-N. No.
As
Did you ever
fun,
hear the
B-U-N.
B-U-N?
Okay.
Did you ever hear the governor refer to Miss Bennett as Wings?
No. But I also have never really been around Charlotte, the governor.
Are there any occasions in which you saw Miss Bennett being asked to sing for the governor?
No.
Have you ever witnessed anyone being asked to sing for the governor?
No.
let's put aside Miss Bennett. You told us that you know Lindsay Boylan. Do you have any personal knowledge of Lindsay Boylan's allegations of harassment against the governor?
So I don't know Lindsay well. She was obviously based out of New York City. And she was only there for a few months. So I was there, and then she left shortly after, maybe a few months after I got there. So I only had like really interactions with her assistant. But I really I never met her in person. But after she abruptly left, she didn't send, usually you send like a mass email to everyone in the chamber. There's like a hashtag where you can easily send something to all the chamber. And that's like a common thing where people are like, today's my last day. And, thanks everyone, that sort of thing. And Lindsay didn't do any of that. And I think she emailed like a handful of people saying that she was leaving. So it was very abrupt and out of the blue. So we were all like very shocked that all of a sudden she was like no longer there. That's very odd and never happens. And then I heard after, like basically right after that, she was crazy, and I just heard like very negative things about her, that she was just insane, that she was a crazy person, that she was, everything, like that she was just, it was like a smear campaign, that she was just nuts. And I didn't know her personally. So,
yeah. Just be clear, the things you heard about Miss Boylan from senior staff members of the executive chamber about her being crazy, that was after she departed the executive chamber, but before her allegations of sexual harassment against the governor became public. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen Miss Boylan interact with the governor?
No.
Has anyone in the executive chamber spoken to you specifically about Miss Boylan's allegations against the governor?
When they first came out, people have talked about them, again, going with the whole theory that she's crazy and she just wants attention and she's relentless and look, like it's another one of Lindsay's, outbursts, and she just wants it for attention and because she's running for this, and that was talked about. Like that was just I even caught myself believing it because it was talked about so freely and frequently, and they just made that known. Like, and that was talked about when I was in the governor's suite. So it was like talked about openly in there.
Did the governor ever show you a cigar box in his office?
I don't think he's shown me, but I know the cigar box in his office.
Right. There is a cigar box in his office from Bill Clinton, right?
Yes.
But has he ever discussed that cigar box with you?
I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so.
And you said you caught yourself believing that Miss Boylan's allegations were not true. How do you reconcile not believing Miss Boylan's allegations with your own experience with the governor?
Well, when she first left, I was obviously very new there, so I just believed just basically whatever I heard. I didn't think there was any ill intentions or manipulation for people saying that, and it was multiple people saying that about her. And I didn't know her personally, and it did seem odd that all of a sudden she's there and then not there. So I believed it because I didn't know anything else. And I mean, do I think that's right? Not, but it was just so open, like people are just so open about it that you just felt like you had to believe it almost. And then when the allegations came out, I was definitely skeptical about it because given like my experiences with the governor, it wasn't like it wasn't believable. But it was something I wasn't going to like express to anyone like in the chamber because that was unpopular opinion to think that. So I just kind of nodded and just like let people talk about it, but they just kept on going with the theory that she's crazy and it's another one of her outbursts and it's another, ploy to get more attention and because she's running for Congress or something. She's being like spiteful or revengeful they said that she like got fired and couldn't come back and she asked to come back. Like I've heard multiple different stories on why she may be acting the way she's acting. Have you communicated with Miss Boylan since she's made her allegations? No. I know she wrote something on Twitter, like just like supporting me. And I think I inboxed her and said, thank you. But that's it. Have you communicated with Miss Bennett since she made her allegations? Yes. And tell us about your communications with Miss Bennett. I communicated with her. I don't even know why I started communicating with her. Her attorney actually helped me find Marianne. Like gave me like suggestions as to like, I don't want to know what Deb Katz told you. Okay. I just want to know if you had communication with Deborah Katz. I just want to know about your communications with Miss Bennett. So I communicated with Charlotte about, that I like support her and whatever she's going through. And then when my whole article came out, of course, she like reached out to me. And we just like gave like words of encouragement, support to each other. And that like, we spent literally the last 6 months in the same office and we never communicated like our situations to each other, which, just kind of went along with like being scared in the secrecy type of environment that they create that like, I literally sat behind Charlotte the entire time and we never spoke a word about anything like that. So we just like discussed things like that and just gave words of encouragement for each other. And then obviously she knew the other, the incident with the groping was Brittany by default. I mean, everyone knew it was either Brittany or I who was the one who was the groping incident. So by default, it had to be Brittany. Your communications with Miss Bennett, what form were they in? Phone call, maybe like a couple text messages, but pretty much phone call. Did Miss Bennett help you prepare to speak to the reporter? No. Let's put Miss Bennett and Miss Boylan aside. Do you know Anna Roosh? No. Do you know Anna Liss? No. There's been a woman in a New York Magazine article who identified herself as Caitlin, who has made allegations against the governor. Do you know who that is? I don't. I don't know for sure who it is now. Okay. Do you know who Karen Hinton is? No. Why don't we open tabs 63
63 and 64 of your electronic binder. We'll mark these as the next two exhibits. Tab 63 is an email from December 28th, 2019 between you and Ms. Benton, and tab 64 is an email on December 30th, 2019 between you, Ms. Benton, and both of them relate to letters, including a letter the governor was sending to Karen Hinton. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says Karen Hilton. Did you understand that to be Karen Hilton or Karen Hinton?
I to be honest, I'm not sure.
Okay. Other than what's in these emails, do you have any knowledge about why this letter in Exhibit 63 was being written?
No, we don't ask questions like that. We just do what we're told.
You can put that aside. Do you know Jessica Bakeman?
No.
Do you know Valerie Bowman?
No.
Do you know Alessandra Biaggi?
No.
Do you know Kamunge Felix?
No.
Do you know Susan Gaffney?
No.
Do you know Lindsay Nielsen?
No.
Do you know Cheryl Ville?
No.
Do you know
if I think who it is, then yes, but I'm not 100% sure.
who do you think it is?
I think she is someone who now works at an agency, pretty high up at an agency. I believe she's friends with Lauren Grasso. She's blonde. I don't know if that's her.
Okay. Did that you have in mind ever tell you anything about interactions with the governor that made her uncomfortable?
No.
Is there anyone else who has told you that we haven't covered today, that has told you that they've had experiences with the governor that have made them uncomfortable?
No. It was not a lot of people were around him. It was literally the same people. It's not like you had like access to him. So that's why it was easy to figure out that the groping thing was either Brittany or me, because those were the only two people that had access to him other than him in that capacity.
In your role working for Larry Schwartz, did you set up any calls for him with county executives after the allegations of harassment came out against the governor?
I know I have set up calls and conferences calls or Zoom meetings with county execs. I don't remember if it's after at all, but I have set up numerous calls for him.
In any of the times you've set up calls for him, have you heard him ask questions to county executives about their loyalty to the governor or whether they supported the governor?
I have not heard that.
Okay. And what's your understanding? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I really didn't pay attention to what he said. He was in the office where Majority was, John Majority. So it was kind of tucked in the back. So you don't really hear him in his conversations that much.
I'm going to see if my colleague June, I don't know if June is still there, but I think we have, there you are, June. June, before I turn to concluding, I just wanted to see if you had any other questions for Ms. McGrath.
No, I think that covered it. Thank you, Ms. McGrath, for your time.
Thank you.
So as I promised at the beginning, Alyssa, you have an opportunity to make a brief statement while you're on the record, if you'd like to. And so we can either take a break and you could talk to Marianne about whether you'd like to do that, or we could just proceed. Marianne, how would you like to proceed?
I think if we could just take a brief break, it shouldn't take long.
Okay, let's go off the record.
Time is 8:04 p.m. Eastern Time on June 2nd, 2021. We are now off the record. Time is currently 8:13 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are back on the record. You may proceed.
Ms. McGrath, I understand you would like to make a brief sworn statement, so please go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say that part of what makes it so hard to describe every single inappropriate incident is the culture of the place. On the one hand, he makes all this inappropriate and creepy behavior normal and you should not complain. On the other hand, you see people get punished and screamed at if you do anything where you disagree with him or his top aides. I really just wanted to go to work and be recognized for my work and nothing else.
Thank you very much, Ms. McGrath, for sharing that with us. And we very much appreciate your being with us today and for the testimony that you've provided. I also want to take this opportunity to ask you if there's anything that you've told us that you would like to correct or clarify.
No.
Okay. Then I'll conclude by reminding you that you have given your testimony under Executive Law 63, Section 8. And so we would ask that you not tell anyone about the testimony that you've given today. And if anyone asks you about your testimony today, we would ask your lawyer to contact us and let us know. And again, I'll just say that on my behalf and on behalf of all the other special deputies, we really appreciate your time today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This concludes today's interview of Alyssa McGrath. Time is 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time, June 2nd, 2021. We are now off the record.